في أكبر الكتب. في أكبر الكتب. في أجمل
Good evening, wherever you are watching, in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world, and welcome to Darebin on quite a delightful late February Friday, match day 3 of Series Futsal Women's, and well, the statement made by Fitzroy in the season's first fortnight, 2 from 2, the most emphatic of which was last week against Melbourne Aku. And it was a performance that really turned heads. The dethroning demonstrating that maybe, just maybe, they have what it takes. No denial now in their ability to down a dynasty. Top merely on goal difference, however, they'll be hoping to stretch their scoring legs once more to ensure that they're unable to be worked off of their perch. 1-0's mixed bag to start the season was sweetened by a crushing of Carlton Heart last week. That win, perhaps a more telling example of what this side is capable of this campaign and what they have been excited about in the forefront to 2026, currently in the top 3. And of course, when these two last met, it was the Fos Cup final. 1-0 defeated Fitzroy 4-1 on that occasion. They will be hoping that a similar script transpires this evening, because if it were, it would throw them straight into the top 2. It would have them knocking on the door of the very summit of the league itself. All the possibilities in the night ahead. It's a 1-0 side who finally got one over Fitzroy in Darebin. It was 7 straight wins that got brought to an end. You have to go back to 2024 for the last time 1-0 beat them. Before then, and Layla Abdul-Latif scores with immediacy. The first real Fitzroy move of the evening. It was started quickly by Mason Jones. Abdul-Latif sauntered her way down. It was a tidy 1-2 with Fruscalzo and tucked terrifically into the far corner. The perfect start for the table-topping chasing Tigers, who themselves have a real opportunity to stay top of the table, to just keep all of the fire, all of the momentum which they have built in the early couple of weeks of the season well and truly rolling. For 1-0, not an ideal start, but El Hayek went direct. Foa got round the back. Mason Jones, with a hand from Mary Hugh Beak, was able to cut the angle down. And that now draws Fitzroy level as the league's top scorers with Victoria Lions. Both teams prolific in front of goal in the opening weeks, as Foa has got McClure to charge at. Tried to find a way through, but wasn't able to. Sure, coming into the evening, that Fos Cup final will be fresh in the memory of both of these sides, as Dimarzi tried to get beyond Fruscalzo, who gives away the game's first free kick. Sophie McCaffrey told to be a nuisance, to see if there is any unnerving that could lead to an equaliser, already chasing the game. We've only had 90 seconds. Fitzroy fly out the traps. Foa's free kick smashed into the wall. A ricochet to her once again via McCaffrey, and while trying to whip it towards the top corner, wasn't quite able to find it. But Paige Foa has been in fine goal-scoring touch. Certainly last week against Carlton Heart was the headline of a back page holding 1-0 win, as McClure tried to work an angle around Fanua, whose challenge was timed to perfection. And Monica Fanua, who shone in that Fos Cup final win. Similar performance demanded this evening of her if 1-0 are to get something. Abdul Latif was looking for an angle at a second, and McCaffrey was quickly across. A real flurry to start from Fitzroy. That's a really good take from McClure, who was then crowded out by Blue. Forward for McCaffrey, who only had Mary Hugh-Beek further forward. She's happy to let Mason Jones come and gather it. And her lob in return finds her opposite number, El Hayek, who, absent last week, restored to the 1-0 fold this evening. Always an important figure to have, Golden Glove winner. Showcased so much quality throughout the seasons. 1-0 will be hoping that that transpires in the same vein for them. McClure wanted an option. The only one was for Frascalzo, but she couldn't find her. Fitzroy eyeing 3 for 3, eyeing a first title in quite some time. And the way that they were able to really pick Melbourne Aku apart last week was a statement of intent in and of itself. It was ferocious, they played with fervour. It was rather unrelenting, especially after going 1-0 down. We've seen in the past that that game could have got away from them. Instead, they turned a tricky uphill test into a bit of a really raucous statement. Foa is hustled by Hugh-Beek and has nowhere to go, is starved of options. Hugh-Beek picked her pocket, set it behind McClure, which allowed McCaffrey to gather it. Frascalzo then came to press her. McCaffrey evaded well, but Abdul Latif was back and it found Mason Jones. It's Hugh-Beek on for Layla Abdul Latif. Already a bit of movement on the Fitzroy bench, as is the case for 1-0. Frascalzo, not beyond Foa. And Taylor Halabi will come on for the first time this evening. Rotation, as ever, going to be important. You can't understate that it is truly a sweltering late summer's Friday night in Melbourne's northern corner. Delightful though it may be, it does pose that issue, especially early season, of just the importance, really, of the depth of the squads. And how high it gathers. And look long for Foa. Hugh-Beek nodded it down. Frascalzo will make it work. McClure was darting. Frascalzo wanted to find her and instead wins a corner. Fitzroy starting brightly. Another corner for them. McClure returned it for Frascalzo. Those two wanted to work in tandem. Block was made by Halabi, who's had quite a bit to do since coming on. Frascalzo's take. Abdul Latif this time. Struck it relatively sweetly, but without much direction. It's Dimazi on for Halabi. Again for Claudia Dimazi, who threaded it tidily. Frascalzo got a good foot in. And this 1-0 side, we mentioned it had been a mixed bag. Third in the table, third in terms of both their attack and their defence. They really righted the wrongs of that opening day against Victoria Lions last week against the Heart side, who, despite being depleted, were dragged aside with quite a bit of ease. Costa Fruits is certainly hoping that that is more indicative of what his team will be capable of this season, as Frascalzo and Hugh-Beek want to work it out between one another. Also have Karina now too to come back. So there's still plenty of movement to happen in this 1-0 side, as Hugh-Beek gave Araha one to chase, and it's set all the way back for El Hayek, who got it just over Frascalzo. Wanted Foa, her and McClure come together. That's lovely from Foa, and the return from Fanua was fantastic. Mason Jones had to get a touch. 1-0 have a corner, but that's much better. Delightfully intricate down the flank. Foa and Fanua, who were vital and will be continually vital this season, as Araha picked Halabi's pocket momentarily, but the retreating challenge was good. Still some movement. Rhiannon Jacobs maybe prepping her first involvement of the night. Hugh Beak, Araha fizzed it across, wanting Sabre. Fanua got the block in. Foa wanted to steer it round the corner for Demazi, but Frescalzo was quickly across to shut the door. That attack just not allowed to gain any steam on the counter. Fitzroy perhaps wanting to be more aware of that, as they were cut apart by 1-0 in that FOS Cup final. Fanua taking over. Frescalzo thumped it away only as far as Halabi, who clipped for Foa, had the shot on the swivel, and Hugh Beak blocked. One 0's turn to gain a bit of momentum, to gain a bit of rise. He'd been under the pump for the majority of the first 5 minutes. Halabi couldn't re-find Demazi. But they just sense if they can capitalise on a real wave of ascendancy, they could pose quite a few problems for Fitzroy. Demazi for Fanua. Happy to slow it down. Went to find Foa. Read well by Hugh Beak. On for Frescalzo. Demazi's dive, but Frescalzo kept it rolling to her own detriment in the end. It took an errant touch and ran out of play. El Hayek. On for Monica Fanua. Couldn't thread it beyond Sabre. Had Hugh Beak advancing. Fanua made sure that she wasn't found through that channel. Araha. Frescalzo. Trying to find a way out of the 1-0 press. Sabre the next one to give it a go. Frescalzo fizzed it for Araha, and it had too much force. Quickly gathered. Foa wanted to go with haste, perhaps too much haste for Demazi, who was unable to make a darting run. I mentioned as well, outside of just Karina Nautu to come back near Salah for 1-0, Dharma Georgie returns for Fitzroy this evening. She's getting instruction from Jimmy Soufas on the touchline. Jacobs wanted a foul, didn't get it. Sabre. Hugh Beak went centrally. Araha did too. Those two wanting to combine. Read well by Halabi, who turned it round the corner. But Jacobs had gone the other way. Start of yet another really, really important round. Already early in the Series Futsal women's season, you get the feeling that every result holds pivotal importance. Every single point has its own weight in gold. And this game has started much like these two side seasons have started. 1-0. Were shocked at the start, were caught napping, but are just starting to find their feet. Fitzroy, however, looked to be in the groove. That's a good challenge from Fanua. Although Jimmy Soufas did not seem to see the side of that. Scott Rogan also making the point. Now Diana Frescalzo. Diana Frescalzo is down in some discomfort, and on the touchline there's a bit of a war of words. Fitzroy protesting the point that you can't slide in with that sort of force. Costa Fruits is holding the other end, that well, the ball was won in the challenge. Challenge certainly was firm. And wasn't without some force. Diana Frescalzo back on her feet, albeit slightly gingerly. Discussion amongst the Fitzroy bench and the official on the broadcast side. Play resumes. Claudia Demazi also fancies a word. Officials unmoved. Araha from the side ball, tried to thread it for Sabre, and Demazi quickly across to clear. There's certainly no love lost with these two sides. That final still weighing heavy on the minds. Both teams desperate, truly desperate. You feel like even though we're 3 weeks in, the season's reaching its first little crossroad. A first small intersection of what could be and what will be. Hugh Beak couldn't steer it for Araha. Halabi cut it out. Fanua and back for Demazi. who's just happy to take some of the sting out of the game. Went to thread it down the line for Halabi, but it had too much on it. It's been that small difference. Fitzroy have been able to create moves with more tangible outcome. 1-0 yet to find their feet. That's a lovely flick from Fanua on for Jacobs, who went beyond Sabre, but not for Scalzo. Just starting to play with more flair and freedom. After it was a bit of a fiery opening 5 minutes, Dimazi, Fanua had to stretch, perhaps too far. McClure, out the other way for Araha, threaded for Dharma Georgie, who was happy to drop it off. McClure went out on the switch again. And the thread for Sabre was maybe meant for McClure, who left it in the end. And that attack just fizzled out. As Jacobs went on the switch for Dimazi. Those two usually in sync. It's a rare miscue. But it has summed up this first 7.5 minutes for 1-0, and Costa Frutas might be feeling the same. The timeout slip is in hand as Georgie went driving. Dimazi picked it off, and it ricocheted off Fanua. Something he didn't seem best pleased about. That timeout slip does get handed now. So 1-0 already, wanting some set of reassessment. McClure wins a corner. Fitzroy hoping to delay the wait and maybe take a second with them. Araha's take. Dharma Georgie tried to peel a yard, and Halabi again got a foot in. Succession of side balls, that one with too much height, and a bit of glare, and a timeout. 1-0, wanting to call them in. Costa Frutas not best pleased with what he has seen so far. The early strike from Leila Abdulatif remains the difference. As we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 1, 1-0 nil. We return from timeout for the first time in the evening. 1-0 were caught napping early. They went a goal down thanks to a brilliantly curled finish into the far corner from Leila Abdulatif. That is the difference maker at the moment. It is the strike that sends Fitzroy to the top of the table. Goal difference abating. 1-0 yet to really find a rhythm. And the Tigers baring teeth while trying to capitalise. Good challenge from Verratti, and then Fanua, who threaded Jacobs, who got in ahead of Mason Jones. Rhiannon Jacobs then waited too long to pull the trigger. Halabi, again for Verratti. Wanted to thread the other way, but was starved of options, and Sabre made the challenge. It's been a frustrating opening patch for 1-0. But can they find a way through? Lovely turn from Verratti, rolled it on for Fanua, who went the back heel. Mason Jones was alert at the near post. 1-0 have a corner. Seem to have found a much more fiery step post-timeout. Halabi blocked via Araha, then Dharma Georgie. Corner taken out for Fanua, who has McClure to go at. Showed too much of it to Neve McClure, who got a foot in to good effect. Fitzroy just winning all those little battles at the moment. The 1%ers that really add up in the long run. Tidy turn around the corner from Fanua for Jacobs, who again had Sabre to go at and shrugged her off with ease. Fleeced it across for Verratti, who couldn't steer it home at the back post for 1-1. Easily the best move they've carved out of this first half. Tidy flick from Fanua. Good robustness from Rhiannon Jacobs, who was able to spin Sabre. All it lacked was the final touch to turn it in. McClure for Frascalzo. The return with those two. Well, the second attempt was too heavy. Halabi wanted to find Fanua, then thought better of it. Went searching for Jacobs, who had to stretch too far. A more direct style. Being picked off with more purpose. Frascalzo's touch invited Halabi. Thought it might have taken a final flick off McClure. Official agrees otherwise. A really sweltering start to this game, as it has been essentially every week of the season so far. This a real test. That's a lovely flick from Hugh Beak. Frascalzo chested it on, but El Hayek was alert to the danger. Verratti. Halabi. Threaded down the line. Jacobs flicked it. Fanua got ahead of Abdul Latif, and McClure just had to make sure that Rhiannon Jacobs couldn't get through at the concession of a corner. 1-0, desperately searching. Halabi gave it a hit, and it just looped over Jacobs, who was lurking at the back post. Starting to build, starting to apply some discomfort. Halabi hammered it. Abdul Latif got a flick. It'll be a corner. A succession of set pieces and side balls. Can they make one count? And find an equaliser, which for the best part of 10 minutes now has proved elusive. Halabi's take, Fanua. Speculative rather than spectacular on that occasion. Certainly hit with force, but without much net finding, as Frascalzo dropped off for Abdul Latif. Pressed by Jacobs, who then picked a pocket and gave away a free kick. Much to some 1-0 dismay on the bench. Rhiannon Jacobs also looked quite bewildered at the decision to give that away, but Abdul Latif charges on, finds Frascalzo. Abdul Latif just worked a yard for herself momentarily. Fanua kept the door shut. Foa couldn't get in ahead of Abdul Latif, who tiptoed terrifically round two. McClure. Hugh Beak. Beyond Galanos, and now it's got Frascalzo with her, had to slide to get there, and ensured that El Hayek could gather it without much discomfort. Fanua threaded for Foa, on for Galanos. Fanua once more. Page Foa. Fanua, those two working in a pair, and McClure got a good challenge in. Abdul Latif set it back to McClure. Fitzroy have done well at keeping the door shut, but Foa momentarily had an opening. Wanted to wait for options instead of blazing away. Clipped off for Fanua, who's got a yard and has lashed 1-0 level. Beauty, an absolute beauty. Thumpy on Mason Jones. Too hot to handle. And having been knocking on the door since going behind, they found themselves that equaliser. And it had been coming. paid off in emphatic fashion to get 1-0 right back into this game. The second it opened up, Foa just peeled away. It gave the space for Monica Fonua to have a hit, and my word, didn't she just. Piercing and pinpoint. 1-1. And now Fitzroy are the ones who might feel some heat. Kubik, not beyond Galanos. They're wanting an instant reply. Can Lightning strike twice? Can they catch 1-0 napping on two separate occasions? Will it be Abdul Latif once more? Had Fonua to go at, gave it to Kubik. The door shut by Galanos on that occasion. And now Foa can charge. Friscalzo was the one to go around. Galanos the only further forward. It ricocheted for Abdul Latif, who threaded for Friscalzo. Al Hayek had to slide as she couldn't readjust in time. Fonua on for Foa, who had a yard and wins a corner. This game coming to life. Peeled open on the counter. And just nearly for a moment, both sides thought they had a look at 2-1. Galanos' corner. So back for Fonua, who went with height for Foa, who got a flick! A really well worked corner. Paige Foa, all on her own, just stole a yard on Friscalzo and then couldn't apply a finishing touch. But that directness is the kind which can cause Fitzroy problems. And at the moment is what has led 1-0 to their equaliser. It's Al Hayek, happy to go on a bit of a charge. Fonua down the line, gave an apology. Verratti made it work. Fonua again for Foa. Friscalzo got a flick. Mason Jones had to get a palm, as that otherwise might have been heading into her own net. Another 1-0 corner. Verratti's take. Really surging out to the back post. Galanos, it's sat up for her on the volley as well. It dropped just in time. She was unable to have a go at it and connect with much meaning. Friscalzo on for Heasley. Happy to set it once more. Kubik making the run. Friscalzo wanting to find her. Fonua blocked the channel. Fitzroy searching. Kubik had a look. El Hayek palmed and then gathered and was quick to go. Foa, who got away from Abdul Latif, couldn't flick away beyond. Heasley came in support. Verratti happy to see it out. 1-0 intent on taking the tempo out of it whenever Fitzroy looked to launch. El Hayek, Fonua. Couldn't find Foa. It's a rather poor giveaway as well. You can hear the groans of disgruntlement from that 1-0 bench. They know how important the maintenance of method and momentum is against Fitzroy. As Kubik looks for a way beyond Fonua. Had Heasley on the switch, who just opened up for it. It's a tidy return. Kubik wanted it again. Fonua read it well, and now can lead the charge the other way. Foa had Verratti up with her, but Diana Friscalzo in superbly to stop the attack at the source. A few more glimpses as Kubik spun away from Galanos. Al Hayek came a long way and didn't quite have to get there in the end. The ball beat everybody. Fonua wanted to launch it. Sabre nodded it into the roof. Here's Fonua once more. Gave it and got it with Verratti. Fonua. Kubik on the slide to good effect. Sabre. Heasley. Wanted the return for Rebecca Sabre. Couldn't quite. Kubik. It's good from Fonua. Not only to lead the press, but to win the challenge. first half has really come and gone in waves. The first one, that where Fitzroy were flying, and we'll have a stop momentarily just so the court can be cleared. Seemed to be some sort of wait and wonder on when that would happen. Some good work from Nicholas Parthamos to ensure that all is well and good. And Fitzroy restart. Hubeek finds Mason Jones. Quickly on for Sabre. Mary Hubeek had a drive. Galanos wore it. It ricocheted again for Hubeek, who this time couldn't get through. This is the first half, which has toed and froed in its tempo. Sometimes has been quite helter-skelter. The other times, much more relaxed and maligned. Foa, lovely spin to get away from the press. Al Hayek had already touched it in the move. That point being made. And Fitzroy want timeout. Concession of an equaliser, and now the opportunity to get themselves back ahead has presented itself, and Jimmy Soufas wants to call his side in. As we go to timeout, it's Fitzroy 1, 1-0-1. We return from timeout. Final time in the first half. Much discussion between Sabre and Abdul Latif at the top of the Fitzroy set piece. Araha holding width. 2 in the 1-0 wall. Foa on one post, Fanua on the other. Demazi now the lone one. Hubeek also lurking. Sabre, Abdul Latif, oh my word, off the line, and bundled in by Hubeek on the second attempt. It may not have been the envisioned route, but Fitzroy on the rebound. Brave, bullish, and back in the lead. Hubeek charged. It was fabulous from Fanua off the initial attempt. But the following from Hubeek just had too much grit, too much desire. And now Fitzroy have found themselves there. That's a lovely flick from McDougall, and Sabre couldn't turn around the corner. Had she done, Hubeek was all on her own. McDougall, Hubeek. Again, they want to work an angle. McDougall did well to shield it from Fanua. Frascalzo. Fitzroy have just decided to step it up a gear. McDougall, Hubeek. Sabre searching. Hubeek works the yard off the post. And Frascalzo's following is steered over. Hubeek just had it open up. Invited to have a hit. Desperately unlucky. Had it cannon off the upright. And it would possibly have iced periods where Fitzroy have been running hot and at risk of running riot. Mason Jones given a few yards. Finua slid through the legs of McDougall. Finua waiting on the run. Demazi was darting. Hugh Beak intervened. Much better response from 1-0. Who are in search of a second equaliser. Paige Foa showcasing some frustration. And here's all those little moments. Costa Fruitus wanting a reset. Wanting heads kept. Demazi hustling McClure to good effect. McClure got it back from Mason Jones. Demazi wanted to shut the channel. Verratti was across too. Frascalzo on for Sabre. Couldn't thread it beyond Demazi. Sabre then kept the move rolling. McDougall, Frascalzo. This time Foa on the press. Diana Frascalzo wanted to work out of a tidy situation. Worked a yard for herself. Demazi was the lone one back and she had to make the block. Otherwise there were two on-rushers who were waiting really to turn in a third. 1-0 nearly the architects of their own downfall. Al Hayek, Verratti, Demazi, who turned Frascalzo momentarily, and then on the slides, manufactured the ball to hit the post, but without much of a problem for Mason Jones. Into the first half's final 5. There's been an opening patch which has ebbed and flowed, both in its leader and in its intensity, as Sabre steering and flashed her effort across the face. Was running and waiting on a runner at the back post, and she wasn't obliged with one. Much to a bit of Fitzroy frustration on the touchline. McCaffrey, Finua, couldn't thread it for Foa. Weren't quite on the same wavelength. It's been that kind of half for Costa Fruitus' side. Neither have hit top gear just yet. Mason Jones. It took too long to get over halfway or to get rid of it. And perhaps a slightly unintentional lob from Demazi. Touch off the keeper. Finua with fizz for Frascalzo. Had to take it well in that situation. Finua came across just to intervene. McClure on for Mason Jones. Threaded for Sabre. Couldn't spin Demazi, who was happy to hold off. Sabre, Frascalzo, McClure. Had Finua to charge at. Couldn't thread it for B on McCaffrey towards McDougall, and now Foa leading a counter the other way. Again shown the touchline by Frascalzo, who is winning that battle for the time being. Mason Jones on for McClure. Demazi's slide was a good one. Fitzroy wanting a third before the break. Sensing that it may just be the time to have a look at creating and taking an opportunity. Mason Jones, Sabre, couldn't find McClure. On the other end, what have 1-0 got to round out the first half? An equaliser, once again, would almost be precious. They go into a second set. Right where they started, it just changes the approach. Forces them to take fewer risks, be less breakneck. Demazi, Foa, who scuffed it as she went to hit it. Araha got it out from under her feet. Found McClure, who went searching. Demazi flicked it on. Finua gave the return. Demazi got there off the bar. Foa's following is stumped in. There's your equaliser. Done with some style and with some pace. The flick from Finua was fabulous. Demazi denied, misfortunately, but Foa's follow-in was firm and certain. Number 6 for the season. And for 1-0 for the time being, perhaps her most important. McClure wanting to reinstate the status quo, as was Sabre. Fitzroy aren't done yet. They want to throw everything into a lead, but now they could go on the break. Foa for Fanua, off the post. Inches from a rapid 1-2 punch, which would have flipped this half on its head inside 20 seconds. How fine the margins. How close can you get to the lead? That's diligent from Demazi. Foa did well to work a yard. McClure got a foot in. Al Hayek, just a small bit of a hush before the storm that will be this final 2 minutes. This half showing no signs of slowing down. Have either of these teams got a late punch? Who wants to take the lead into the break? And who wants to have themselves really in the driver's seat? For 1-0, to take the lead would momentarily draw them level with the top two. They would go into that discussion in and of itself. Fitzroy now facing a challenge. Having led twice, they've been reeled in twice. Fanua, deflection off Ubeek, steered it away from Foa, and McClure happy to take over and slow it down. Araha, McClure, Sabre. McClure wanted to work it for Ubeek, but 1-0 structure was well set. Lara El Hayek had Foa as a short option, went the flick for Fanua, who flicked it into the palms of Mason Jones. An enticing look at the clock from Jimmy Soufis. 2 to the break. There's a wry smile from the 1-0 manager. Can they snatch something before the break? McCaffrey. Demazi. Fanua nearly threaded it through and then stormed their way on. Demazi got it ahead of Mason Jones, who made a terrific save. A shout for handball. Fanua flew to the floor. One-0 protest, waved away. McCaffrey, Foa thumped it, brilliant. Super stop from Mason Jones. Short-sighted, through traffic. That might be a crucial save right at the end of the first half. McCaffrey's take. Araha unsure, Sabre more smashingly away. Two critical flashpoints, one off the post, one saved by Fitzroy shot stopper. In an alternate universe, it's 4-2. But as it stands, 1-0 can't ponder a what if, and they can't leave the door open as Fitzroy will fly through. Demazi tried to tiptoe around Sabre. Challenge only found Fanua, who went early for Foa, and perhaps too early. Just a touch off balance. As she went to whip it towards the back post. Two very, very different approaches to the end of the first half. Maybe Fitzroy saving up for a final 60 onslaught. Ubeek's overrun it. Fanua's on the charge, wanted to square it for Foa. McClure read it well, and now they go the other way. Sabre's got options left and right. One of whom was Ubeek, who wasn't able to get there in the end. That is how quickly it can change. It's how quickly things open up. Al Hayek, Fanua again wanted a flick. Araha got the final touch. Ubeek, Sabre, Araha slipped. Fitzroy protesting there was some contact with Monica Fanua. If it was, it looked rather inadvertent. Fanua, Foa, McCaffrey. Who's got the last look? Foa through the legs of Sabre. Fanua will keep the move rolling. Damasi down the line, went back for Foa instead. McCaffrey hustled by Araha, who barged in with some bluntness and then got away with a 1-2 from McClure. McCaffrey dived in with some force on the other end, and for it will find herself with a yellow card. Some serious frustration showing on the return from Sophie McCaffrey, who lashed out at Amanda Araha. Costa Fruitsis protesting the first point. The first bit of fire to a game that just was starting to threaten to simmer. Fitzroy free kick. McClure couldn't steer it. Costa Fruitsis dumbfounded by that initial contact. Certainly a lot of discussion to be had at half-time. Sophie McCaffrey didn't take kindly to it, that's one thing for certain. Damasi gave it only to Sabre. Hubeek has got McCaffrey to charge at, threaded it for Araha. Wanted to stand up Foa. McClure. Hubeek, Damasi in with a bit of force, free kick. A really frustrating end to a rather entertaining first half. And one that have really racked up the fouls in the last minute. Will they be made to rue for their missteps? Foa crashed it away. The likelihood is perhaps not. Mason Jones might have the final impact. Damasi thrashed at it. Araha had it spilled to her, but that will be that. A first half that turned rather fiery on quite the feverish evening. Fitzroy went ahead twice. They have been reeled in twice. Perhaps plenty of discussion in the break on both touchlines about everything. A mammoth 20 minutes for either of these sides to possibly already turn their season on its head. Half-time in Darebin, it's Fitzroy 2, 1-0 2. A real second half of intrigue, of interest. The first half which ended a little bit more fiery than it had at times played out. These two without a lot of love lost. Fitzroy and 1-0, locked level in the early kickoff. Both wanting a way through. Fitzroy to go to the top of the tree. 1-0 to join the top three on 6 points apiece. Everything to play for. It could redefine what both of these sides will be looking for this season. Fitzroy themselves, if they go to 3 from 3, the early pace being set is explosive. It would put immediate pressure on Vic Lions, who face the champions up next. And they'll be wanting to send yet another statement. Frascalzo's worked a yard. Demazi got a foot in. And the final touch was that of a 1-0. And it will be a Fitzroy corner. They flew out of the traps in the first half. Abdulatif inside a minute. Something similar could be a second half tone setup. Abdulatif once more. Wanted to work it back for Hubik. They got in a muddle. Foa went on for Halabi. We threaded for Demazi, not beyond Frascalzo. Hubik's poke found its way to Heasley. Frascalzo once more. McCaffrey happy to concede a corner. A real set of feeling. A game that, towards the end of the first half, almost threatened to become a bit of a grudge match. Who wants to take the bragging rights? Who wants to go and steal the headlines? Plenty was exchanged at half-time. Both team talks keeping an emphasis on keeping your cool on a rather warm evening. Tricky to do as it is, and Frascalzo nearly steered it beyond there into her own net. Did give away a corner. And maybe for 1-0, a little bit of a gift. Can they capitalise? Can they walk through the door? Foa had to palm it away. Abdulatif uncertain. Happy to hammer it all the way back to Hayek. It was hit with some force from Foa. As it flashed across the face, Frascalzo got up. Hubik took it down. Foa then won the second ball. Frascalzo warded off Demazi. Hubik, Foa kept it alive and won it back. McCaffrey was on her own and steered the effort just wide of the far post. The second half's first real look. And Demazi sliding to good effect to deny Hubik a way in. That could be the second half's first real opportunity to make a statement. It went 1-0's way. How does Fitzroy want to return serve? Frascalzo wins a corner. Demazi taking no chances. Taking quickly for Hubik. Heasley happy to reload once more. Set out for Abdulatif this time. Demazi had to get in the way. Had she not have, that might have troubled Hayek, who was quickly across, but Abdulatif caught it decently well. Threaded it for Frascalzo. Demazi again too hurt. McCaffrey won it back. Demazi was waiting on the run from Foa, which never materialised. The first half followed in much of that vein. 4-1-0. It was one of scarce looks, and when the opportunities came, they came in waves. They came in 2s and 3s. There's Hayek. On for McCaffrey. Skipped beyond Hubik, but ran out of room while doing so. Whereas for Fitzroy, who controlled a lot of that first half, had the lion's share of possession, looking to go back into that role of protagonist in the second half. They know it is on them to go and win this game if they are to keep the charge and an 100% record going. Demazi wanted Hayek to go and get it, and she didn't quite. And 1-0 had to clear away as a result. Kubik's take. Just told to step out quickly. Abdulatif. 2 converged, 3 converged. Demazi took a tumble out of all of them. And Al-Hayek gathered, quickly flung it out for Foa. McCaffrey was stretching too far to get there. A very cagey start to the second half. You can feel the nerves, perhaps a few tremors of tension. Two sides who believe they could be, should be, will be in the picture. It's Halabi. Happy to hold off. Set it back for Demazi, who wanted to thread it for Foa. Costa Frutas appreciated the idea, although it didn't come to fruition. Air went long, Demazi got up. Scott Rogan just having a word with Elizabeth there. If Demazi goes again, try and fake her out. That's a good dive in from Demazi, who's happy to clear. Sabre getting ready. Jimmy Sufis just cutting a touch pensive on the touchline. Game that's become a real arm wrestle. Azair. Happy to venture. Hugh Beak couldn't get beyond McCaffrey. 1-0's turn to sit in once more. Taken quickly. Easily worked it back. It fell into the palms of Al-Hayek. Quickly on for Foa over Abdulatif. That's a tidy flick for McCaffrey. Hugh Beak alert to it. Her and Foa now going at one another. And Foa got the final touch. Fitzroy surging, searching. Heasley, Abdulatif. Again, Demazi closes the door. It's been very defensively sound from 1-0 so far this evening. We've been able to withstand wave on wave. Fitzroy haven't yet threatened too much to go over the top. It's for Scalzo. Return for Abdulatif. Again, Demazi just charges her way through. You get the feeling that all of the unpleasantness at the end of the first half has been taken out to start the second. Demazi. Frescalzo couldn't get beyond. Halabi, again, happy to clear. Fitzroy wanting to run the changes. 1-0 bench unmoved. Couple of changes round made. Fitzroy wanting more haste when those substitutes come and go. It's a lovely leave from Hugh Beak for Frescalzo, who had options left and right. Sabre was one at the back stick. McCaffrey did well, and now Demazi can charge. Foa's up with her. Demazi went alone. And the effort was rather tamed for Air to go and gather in the end. Hugh Beak, who's happy to take her time, take all of the sting out of the game, slow it to a stop, and then flicked it off Halabi. A really nervy start to the second half. Hugh Beak couldn't flick it on for Abdulatif. You really can feel neither side wants to go too early. It is a very warm evening. Perhaps energy being reserved for the final stretch instead of a fast start. Abdulatif, McClure, blocked by Demazi. McClure worked a yard. It's a good foot from Al-Hayek, who charged out to intervene and did so in very good fashion. 1-0 are in a hurry. Halabi wanted to work a yard. Abdulatif conceding play. Halabi's take. Foa, who rather flashed at it instead of gave it a firm strike. What can either of these teams conjure? You already feel as though it will take something special in this second half to break either down. Who wants to go and provide that? Who has that spark? And in some cases, it could potentially be a title-turning spark. Vic Lions and Aku up next. The champions at risk of being dethroned this season. Already one defeat in crushing fashion under the belt. They can ill afford another. If it were to come, even 3 weeks in, you wouldn't say it's the title race over, but you would say it has certainly hampered aspirations of a fourth straight. As Verratti had nobody further forward with her. Foa then came to lend a helping hand. Had Halabi darting down the line and found her fabulously. It's a lovely one too! And it's a lovely block from McClure, who was there in the nick of time to deny Foa, who was ready to fire. Araha then gave it away. Halabi on for Verratti, and it steered wide. Araha got the final touch. A rolling foul for Fitzroy for that contact on Halabi. 1-0 corner. Costa Fruits is the most animated he's been in this second half so far. His side, who have had to sit in and soak up. Now with an opportunity, took a deflection. What a readjustment. That is a terrific readjustment from Air, who was nearly sold when it took a wicked deflection. She did superbly to reset and get a touch onto the bar. Otherwise, that might have found the roof of the net. An excellent piece of goalkeeping. And at the moment, it preserves parity. Air threaded it for Araha, who was happy to drop off, and then had it too heavy for McClure. 1-0 in a rush, wanting to quicken the tempo. Foa. Switch for Dimazi, who dropped the shoulder on Hugh Beak and forced the save out of Air. And this second half, which, although slow to get going, has flown into life. Foa thrashed it. Sabre did well. The ricochet found Verratti, who threaded it for Halabi, and Hugh Beak was on hand. Foa worked a yard wonderfully, and her effort only found the palms of Air, who read it late and went late to save. Hugh Beak on for Araha. Got around Verratti. On for McClure. Hugh Beak. First effort blocked by Foa. Hugh Beak kept going. Steered it for Sabre. Hayek makes a vital save. A critical intervention. 1-0 thought it crossed the line. Fitzroy keep it moving. McClure, Araha. Shielded off Verratti. Araha still going. Sabre. Threaded. McClure poked it wide of the far post. Really, really close opportunities at either end. That effort from Sabre required the intervention of Al Hayek, who did well to quickly come out and close the angle. Otherwise, Fitzroy would have held the lead for a third time. Instead, the search for a goal that would take them ahead goes on. McClure is hoping to find that treasure, and this time does run out of room. El Hayek. Verratti wanted to thread it for Dimazi, wasn't quite able to. McClure. Again, a little bit of a lull in this second half. You can feel that both are setting up for a grandstand finish. Both are setting up to throw the kitchen sink and then some in the final 10. Lizette went from range. El Hayek had a look momentarily. Wow, brilliant. Brilliant from air. That was slowly but surely sending its way in. And Air's readjustment was an excellent one, perhaps a game-saving one. No corner. Halabi moved across. It fell for Jacobs. Oh, brilliant. Another terrific save from Air to deny Rhiannon Jacobs. Just as 1-0 thought they had their opening. And then Frascalzo with too much force. And that decision not quite popular with the Fitzroy bench. Didn't seem to see eye to eye with the official. That's a good block from McDougall as Demazi was just looking to dart down the line. You can feel the silence in here. You could feel a pin drop hit the arm of McClure, and Jimmy Sufis getting more and more irritated. Quite a lot going on in this game. Fitzroy getting more frustrated. 1-0, just wanting to find a way to get themselves ahead. Halabi's free kick cut out by Frascalzo on for Sabre. It took a deflection off Demazi. Verratti. As McClure came across to meet it. You can seriously feel the tension in this building. You could cut it with a knife. As Jacobs, McClure's touch was heavy. It allowed Halabi to go and win it. Verratti went steering over the top. Demazi wants a yard on Frascalzo. And Diana Frascalzo did brilliantly to shut the door. McClure once more. And searching for Sabre. Set it back for McClure, who's now got room to go. Couldn't catch it sweetly on the left. What a start to Friday. What a start to the end of the week. A game that at the moment is locked level. A game that at the moment has real tension, has real stakes. A point does neither a favour, albeit at this early stage in the season. Both won't rest until all three are secured. And McClure is charging. McDougall still wanting to work a yard, and it just allowed Jacobs to get a foot in and slow the attack. El Hayek now with pace. Wanted Rhiannon Jacobs, but it had too much, and Frascalzo did just enough without impeding her. And here is Frascalzo. McDougall couldn't get beyond Halabi. It's becoming a game of cat and mouse. A real game of chess. Who has the checkmate move? Who can go and find a way through? Go and find a way to push themselves towards promising horizons. Hubik off Halabi. Rebound fell kindly for Frascalzo, and again two in the way to intervene. The Hubik side ball. Dougal tried to come across. And a succession of Fitzroy pressure has just momentarily alleviated. 1-0 have had to hold firm for quite some time. Can they launch an attack of their own? Demazi. Sabre went to stand up. It's a good read from McDougall, who got the shout of stay middle. Jacobs then went and picked a pocket. Gave it on for Halabi, who's happy to reset. Demazi Couldn't get under it, and Hubik can now charge. Fitzroy on the counter. Hubik had a yard. Halabi came across. Verratti threaded for Jacobs, and now the counter goes the other way. Away from McDougall, who dangled and then had 3 to go with. Jacobs lost out. Saber. Hubik. Went with height for Fruscalzo. Kept it alive. And Halabi was then happy to regain in retreat. Dimarzi couldn't steer it beyond Abdulatif. Verratti then took over and tiptoed tidily. Halabi, too much for Dimarzi. Just a fraction too heavy. And that matters much. Still, we are yet to have a goal. We are approaching the final 10 of this game. It is deadlocked. It is on a knife's edge. Hubik. Blocked by Dimarzi. Hubik wanted to keep it rolling. Dimarzi backed into a corner and had to clear. Nobody wants to blink. The real question is, who fancies the winner? Hubik, blocked by Dimarzi. Every single pass, every single touch at the moment feels like it is weighted beyond belief. There's Abdulatif. Lovely footwork from Layla Abdulatif, who steered her effort over. But it is the kind of invention and the kind of ingenuity that's been lacking so far. Just a bit of freedom, a bit of flair from a second half that's been fraught of it. That's more from Hubik, who wanted to go with Jacobs. Those two became entangled, and Fitzroy have a free kick. And every single decision is subject to much conversation. Could this be the free kick Fitzroy were hoping it will? Does this give them, for the 3rd time, a breakthrough? Air on for Georgie, blocked by Dimarzi, who then gave it away. Verratti, Jacobs is through on her own, and Fruscalzo's challenge in retreat was fantastic. Brilliant from Fruscalzo. Hubik's now driving the other way. Dimarzi blocked, only cleared as far as Abdulatif, who rolled her way beyond 2. Halabi then went to challenge, as did Verratti. Georgie kept it rolling and wins a free kick. Changes getting prepped on both benches. A tactical tweak for Fitzroy perhaps as well. Georgie's free kick. Abdulatif nearly! Ever so nearly caught El Hayek out at the near post. Saw it too late to make a move. Had that been the other side, it would have been 3-2. Desperately close. Dimarzi. Halabi lost out to Georgie. It fell kindly for Verratti. And then Fruscalzo took over. Abdulatif now. Couldn't thread it beyond Verratti, who went searching for Jacobs. Jacobs went an early effort! And nearly, ever so nearly, caught air out. Snapshots, half chances, flash points. All in this second half. Fruscalzo tried to steer her way through. And hit the effort just wide. Who will be the winner? Could it be Foa? Fruscalzo got a foot in. And Paige Foa might have come off worse on the end of that. It's seesawed, and it's now 1-0's turn to take the heights. Halabi went all on her own and air parried. Hubik was pressed from the off and concedes a corner. Halabi's corner, set for Foa. He tried to thread it through them all. Air flung a boot at it and thrashed it away. Who will find the next? Foa. Hustled by Friscalzo. Galanos got in and lost out to Georgie. Now Friscalzo took the sting out of it and set it for Hugh Beak, who's happy to go on the march. Mary Hugh Beak! Oh, brilliant! Excellent save from Al Hayek, who flung across at the last second. It faded late, and it was nearly great from Mary Hugh Beak. Costa Frutas wants time out. We wondered when one would come. It is going to be down the stretch that we'll see the pair of them get used. 1-0, blinking first. Abdul Latif, Georgie, McClure, Hugh Beak has got forward to go at. Set it back for McClure, and now Layla Abdul Latif. Waiting on an option to thread Dharma. Georgie happy to drop off to lend a helping hand. Still Abdul Latif goes. Georgie couldn't place it for Hugh Beak, and that's for 1-0. Timeout-wise, his best case scenario. They will take theirs. The first after the break. Neither has blinked in this second half. It is locked level as we head down the stretch. It's Fitzroy 2, 1-0 2. We return from timeout. Starting to get down the stretch, starting to get to that critical point of the evening. And with the way this half has gone, you get the feeling the next goal, if it comes, might be the winner. As Araha had her effort blocked by Demazi. Will be a Fitzroy corner. That's where the messaging is of most importance. How to 1-0 ride out this wave? How did Fitzroy break through? Araha had a hit! Al Hayek saw it late, but gathered. Galanos couldn't thread it. Araha picked it off. And then couldn't find Dharma Georgie. Demazi's turn to drive. She's got the whole flank to herself. Foa was lurking! And Aya got a flick. Had to get a flick. It will be a 1-0 corner. A fingertip from Elizabeth Eyre. Might be the parity preserver. Might be the goal that prevents 1-0 from going level on points with Fitzroy and temporarily level on points with Victoria Lions. Forward had a hit towards the near post. And the net rippled, but on the wrong side. That near post undeterred. As McClure got beyond Galanos, went for Georgie, who showed too much to Halabi. Foa's in again. 1-0 have got 2-on-1. And Eyre again on the readjustment. Has made two vital interventions to keep the score level. Fitzroy running changes. 1-0 searching. Foa with her third effort in as many There's about 30 seconds. Sabre now charging the other way. Had Ubik up with her. Away from Demazi. And a free kick. And Claudia Demazi just protesting her innocence. It looked a rather blatant block in the end. And it offers Fitzroy a real opportunity, a real look. McClure threaded, Ubik. McClure on the follow-in, it's gone! It has found its way through! And Fitzroy have found a way! The door knocked on until McClure found a way to fly it off the hinges, and they have their lead back once more. A wrestle, a grit, a grind. And maybe, just maybe, a golden, golden moment. As it stands, that takes them to the top of the table. And it sends them 3 points clear for the time being. But 1-0 aren't done yet. Demazi darting. Sabre will give chase and Galanos will clear. Critical. And McClure came up clutch. As Araha fires, she might get 2 in a minute, she will! A quick 1-2 punch has flipped it all the way round. Fitzroy have found a way not once but twice. McClure at the double with a priceless pair. And already they can see the top of the tree. Already they can see the top of the table. Vic Lyons watching as well. The question, what have you got? Demazi now down. And Costa Frutis just posing the question. Just having the discussion. So it is a 1-0 side ball. Demazi just having a breather momentarily. It was a rather heavy fall. Foa went searching for Halabi and found the palms of air while doing so. Quickly on for Araha. For Scalzo. Out the other way for McClure. 1-0 just stepping a bit higher. Now they have to chase and then some. 2 won't be enough at this point. And Galanos in on for Scalzo. A fever pitch final 5 awaits. The tactics board being used to its fullest extent on the Fitzroy touchline as Sabre went for Araha, who almost momentarily lost out to Halabi, then went and won it back. Araha tiptoed her way through and then ran into a sea of blue. Galanos on for Foa. Telling touch from Sabre. McClure, Araha had an early hit. Galanos got a block in. One more, you feel like, would finish the job. It will have been far from a 5-star Friday if it does find its way there. But it will be good enough. On the other way, Foa could charge. Frescalzo did well. Just to see out the danger, Foa's touch a fraction too heavy. The door closes. Does 1-0's glimmer fade with it? McClure, Sabre. Set it back for McClure, who's hat-trick hunting. On this occasion, not quite hat-trick getting. I wanted Foa, who got away from Frescalzo. Air came the long way. McCaffrey stopped the clearance. And then the challenge on the second attempt had to be inch perfect and was. Foa. Can't wriggle away from Sabre. Set it back for Demazi, who had Ubik to charge at. Frescalzo took over. And wins a free kick. Protests on the bench seem to be much more muted than they have been at other points this evening. Friscalzo got a flick and Fitzroy have a free kick. As take, knew as soon as she hit it. 1-0, one away from 5 fouls as well. So they might just want to start to be a bit cautious. How high it looks long. Friscalzo nodded in ahead of everybody. It fell for Dimarzi. Galanos, who wants to go at Abdulatif, went through the legs, but Friscalzo picked it off and is now charging. McCaffrey got a foot in. Friscalzo went through the lot. El Hayek saved. Abdulatif couldn't follow in. Fitzroy won a penalty. McCaffrey for Foa, who couldn't find the return. Ubik. Abdulatif. This time not beyond Galanos, who was able to keep the move rolling. It's a thread for Foa or McCaffrey, and neither stopped to give her an option. Long for Sabre, who took it down well. Ubik was one runner, Abdulatif another. Sabre spun superbly. Ubik stole the yards, and Galanos got in the way at the expense of a corner. Those two behind us up next, ready to go at one another for the first time. Aku with a point to prove. Vic Lions wanting to keep the good feeling going. Sabre. And both would have been watching this with intrigue as Sabre. And Dimarzi took the sting out for El Hayek, who gathered at the second time. McCaffrey. Friscalzo, relentless in her press. Fitzroy looked like the one finishing stronger. 1-0. Not looking leggy, but perhaps time, perhaps minutes being a factor. Ubik couldn't go down the line for Sabre. Those two have a chuckle about it. Is there one last twist in the tale? Is there one little piece that the script hasn't revealed yet? If it is to come in the final 3 minutes, it will be something of truly unbelievable nature. Now Hayek on for Jacobs, who wasn't able to turn it for Foa. Not able to catch air out either. Ubik. Fitzroy happy just to take the sting out of the situation now. All about management, managing the time and the game. Ubik steered it. Sabre dropped it off for Ubik. Couldn't get around Jacobs, and now Dimarzi can drive. Have 1-0 got anything left? Foa. Her and Dimarzi worked their way through. Ubik kept pressing. McCaffrey. All the way home for El Hayek, who sidestepped Ubik. Jacobs on for Foa. It's wonderfully worked from 1-0 out the press. Foa, it took 2 touches, one off Sabre, one off Abdulatif, and into the arms of Air, who was most thankful to be able to gather. And once more, Fitzroy want to cool it down. Jacobs pressing. Time not 1-0's friend. Air. Again went searching long. It's a nobody in particular, more of a line clearer. You wonder if there is a timeout to be used late on. Maybe in the search of a fifth. Could still get close. McCaffrey, that's a lovely take from Jacobs. And the back heel one, which didn't trouble Air, but Dimarzi's driving. Foa's with her. Dimarzi went the long way. And McClure just put her off it and closed the angle at the right time. This second half for Niamh McClure has been one where she has seriously stood up. Currently is the difference. Friscalzo, Abdulatif, El Hayek in the way. That, for sure, would have been the game had it found the net. Still, they search for a fifth. One final, finite piece of Friday fever. Goal difference ever important. Timeout slip in hand. When will it be brandished? Frascalzo spinning and unable to find a troubling effort for Al Hayek. It's had the final 2 minutes. Fitzroy have done well at shutting this game down since taking a 2-goal buffer. Jacobs, Foa, couldn't find the return. Hubik cut it out and now is going on a charge of her own. McCaffrey the second across. Is there one last lunge? A goal here changes everything. The entire complexion. Al Hayek. Is there one last sting in the tail? McClure cut it out. And Fitzroy might have that say in and of themselves. Beyond McCaffrey, Hubik, off to Marzi and in. That will be that. Tested, trialled, and now truly titanic. Metal shown in some serious steel. And a bit of 1-0 misfortune to go with it. Fitzroy will be heading to the top of the table. And they will have a goal difference, which is now mounting, as long as Al Hayek is not still in the way. And there will be the timeout, just shy of the final minute. Fitzroy have run home quicker than the rest as we got a timeout. It's Fitzroy 5, 1-0 2. Final time tonight. We return from timeout in the early kickoff. Abdulatif from the corner. Gave it a real hit. Fitzroy wanting as many as they can take with them now. 3 points, there is no denial as to the direction where that is heading. But it is just by how many the difference. It could come to be crucial. Now reinstated as the league's top scorers. Though frail that position may be, they'll be more concerned. 9 points. 3 from 3. The perfect start to the campaign, and the broom will be needed. In the final minute of the game. Three for 3. 9 from 9. Already one challenge overcome. Tonight as well, in and of itself. A fixture that could have posed particular problems and looked for a long, long time like it might. Staring at back-to-back defeats. But once more they found a way through. They have come good. And McClure went on the flick for the hat-trick, and Al Hayek denied her. Smith hammered it away. Fitzroy won't take the points wondering. McCaffrey. Abdulatif happy to let it trickle out. Jacobs, may they concede one. Following on her own. 1-0 will get one back. though it may be consolation. In pursuit of number 6, they've conceded a third. Tidily taken by Paige Foer, who was through. Number 7 of the campaign for her. But McClure is charging immediately. She wants a hat-trick. Fitzroy do want that 6th. Friscalzo couldn't keep it alive. The early kickoff's final aspect. Fitzroy have thrown the gauntlet down. They did last week, they have done so once more. This time, they make the first statement rather than the one in the middle, rather than the closing act as they did on opening night. Back to the top of the table for the time being. The message is, come and get us if you can. They had to do it the hard way. This game was locked level going into its last 10, but Fitzroy pulled through when it mattered. 1-0 threw everything they could at them in a game which had some spice, which had some fire, which had feeling, and in the end had many a moment of quality. It's Fitzroy 5, 1-0 3.
أكبر.
The evening's second edition, and it is the crossroads. It is the potential for a passing of the torch. The new kids on the block against the league's dominant dynasty. Victoria Lions have roared to a scarcely imaginable start to life in the top flight. Off the top of the table, merely on goal difference alone, they truly, with a win tonight, can put themselves at the forefront of the title-chasing pack. And they face the Melbourne Aku side in need of a response, in need of a rebound, and looking to find one as Moore went early and scored. Vic Lions hit first. Maybe the most telling blow. It took a touch off and under Danielle Bradley and in. And the Lions, who wanted a fast start, who wanted to fly out of the traps, have done just that and then some. Aku with it to do. The reigning champions on the verge of back-to-back defeat. Pepino! 2 in next to no time. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. QEMU can't fathom it. Outrageous. Moore with one. 5 seconds later, Pepino with the quickest, the flashiest of 1-2 punches. And now Aku have a chance of their own. Mergianos wanting immediately to get one back. Had the door shot on her. Williams having to delay as Moore is charging. Still tiptoeing forward. And Bradley forced into the save at her near post. Not the comeback she had envisioned to the Melbourne Aku side this evening, that's for sure. Had one hit with force and then had a belter blast past her. All in the space of about 10 seconds. And Aku already are chasing with 2 to get. And Pepino's on the charge and wanting more. But Fogarty stood firm. And on the other side, in between the other sticks, Ivana Rosman's been moderately busy, but has acquitted herself well so far. Allerton, Moore, Pepino had Nissan on the far side, wanted to re-find Allerton. It broke for Nissan. Fogarty came to shut the door, as did Shimizu. Pepino just tiptoed terrifically. Shimizu got a foot in, and now Aku could go the other way. In need of a reply, Allerton stood firm. Shell-shocked. Truly shell-shocked. And the question is, before tonight, what were Aku capable of? Is the crown maybe, just maybe, starting to slip? Heavy is the head that wears it. Shimizu lost out to Nissan. There's a scramble, and Allerton came away with it. Moore rolled her way beyond Williams. Moore still wanting to go. Nissan left it behind for Pepino. Without too much stress, Allerton. Moore. Vic Lyons launching, lurking. That's a really good run from Pepino, and she's found well. Gisela Pepino waiting on her options. Wanted to tiptoe around the inside. Mergianos couldn't clear. It'll ricochet for Bradley. Heavily rotated Aku side. No Jess out this evening. And a few who featured in that game against Fitzroy. No Molly Burke either. It's a very, very well-rotated team for QEMU. And the evergreen thrice-time champions are already showing some signs of autumn wear. There's more. Wanted to tiptoe tidily. Duff made sure that the channel was shut. This would be quite something. It has been an eternity since Aku last lost back-to-back games. You have to go back to Season 2 in 2024. The final 2 games at Thomastown, in fact, where they were beaten by Preston, then by Fitzroy. They are on the precipice of that. And Pepino, Allerton, it's 3! Absolutely relentless, ruthless, rapid, and roaring. Everyone in green shell-shocked. 3 in 4.5 minutes. And the Lions are already launching their way towards the top of the table. They've seen Fitzroy have to hustle earlier and are wanting to showcase the kind of ease that title contenders have. And right now, at this moment in time, Aku cannot keep up. It was a quick 5-minute burst. 3 goals in no time whatsoever. And the question they must be pondering on that touchline, where do we go from here? How do we go about salvaging this? There is still so much time to do it. They'd want to act quickly. Aku in the moods, Williams. Need to thread her way forwards. Ball towards the back post. Just not quite there. Aku really struggling, although Duff's got a look. Brilliant, brilliant save from Rosman, who was quickly off and now quickly out into action. Flung it the other way. Lines can break. Moore on for Kersey. Not quite. Not quite. But it is just that breakneck speed with which they pose such a threat as well. And this is a Vic Lions side who are without Sarah Easthope. Still only the one keeper readily available. That must be a point of at least a little bit concern. If not nerve-pinching poindering. There's Allerton. On for Pepino, who breezed her way beyond Duff. Threaded for Kersey. Moore got there on the follow-in. It's already is becoming a demolition job. For Vic Lions, they could not have foreseen a better start. This is the opening of dreams. Their first ever meeting. And already, instead of the crown slipping, the crown is being ripped away with some force. This isn't a peaceful transition. It's more of a violent revolution at this point. Allerton. Pepino. On for Moore. Oh, lovely. Terrific 1-2. Moore is charging. Bradley came the long way and had to concede the corner. Moore's take, Moore's corner. Pepino on the follow-in. It took a bobble. Bradley didn't deal with it. Then Kersey came and made herself a nuisance, but impeded the keeper while doing so. This is astonishing. You cannot script a start like this. Aku have not been hit for 4 without reply in this ruthless fashion. From the off in some time. Fogarty. Had Kersey to go at. The thread down the line. Pepino got a foot in. And maybe they can find an opportunity. And it's hit straight at Rosman, who was quick to gather. 4 down in a flash. And this was of a defence whose 10 goals conceded in 2 was their worst for 5 seasons. Season 1 in 23, they had 11 after 2 matches. And for Victorian Lions right now, only Fitzroy had conceded fewer at the start of this evening. They are now, in and of their own, the best defence in the league. Searching for Pepino down the line. But a good intervention. Only Northcote and Hart have scored fewer than Aku's 5. It's been a stark contrast for the 3-time defending champions. Kersey had to be cleared away by Duff. Went on for Shimizu, who spun away from Allerton. Set back. Have Aku got at least a way back into this game? Have they got an interest? Fogarty, not beyond Moore, and the ball was out of play. Fogarty may be needing rotation. Aku needing answers. Aku searching for answers. Rosman went long again. It's a good read from Duff. Fogarty on. Now they might have a look, and it's another good save. Tidily stifled out. And just again, the danger is averted. Vic Lions, that clean sheet's still intact. Although it is coming under increasing threat. Bradley again looked long. It's time for Mergianos and wasn't able to find her. This a real sight for any eyes. Flick down the line for Pipino, who went beyond Shimizu. Fogarty will have time to reload. And the conversation is one of just calm on the Aku bench. Do not let yourselves be overrun by more. Fogarty. Threaded for Mergianos. And it's a very good save from Rosman. Aku just starting to get themselves dusted down. Fogarty. Shimizu, blocked well by Pipino, who now wants to go on the counter by herself. Duff got a foot in. Allerton returned it for Pipino. Foot in from Fogarty, then Mergianos. Allerton the first one back. Pipino. Couldn't find Kersey. Shimizu got a foot in. Mergianos dropped it off for Duff. And about Mergianos once more. Moore was hustling her and then picked Duff's pocket. But the ricochet was too forceful. And it ran back for Danielle Bradley, who went quickly. Mergianos. Kersey got a foot in. First couple of movements being prepped. Greta Jarrett-Smith getting ready. As Williams. Duff. Again well in by Moore. On for Pipino. It's a lovely 1-2. Allerton's there. They will hit the bar. Remarkable. It took a bobble just before reaching Allerton, who steered it onto the bar. And perhaps the first addition to the Gnomes Langham Fines jar for the evening. As Mergianos set it back for Shimizu. Lovely 1-2 between those two. Pipino then picked it up well and is going on the charge. Allerton lost out to Duff, who was brave. Mergianos. Duff. Williams. Shimizu. Duff out the other way. Mergianos can't get beyond Pipino. Changes being run on both benches. Williams. Get on for Duff. Couldn't steer it further than Pipino, who got in ahead of Mergianos. Jarrett-Smith was darting. Pipino nearly found her with a really well drilled diagonal. Bradley mopped up. Williams. Moore picked it off. And now they can charge. Pipino is marching. Jarrett-Smith. And Bradley did superbly. The New Zealand international came up big. And now Mergianos has got one back. Aku off the mark. Terrific from Bradley. The flick from Shimizu was suave. And the finish from Mergianos, firm and fearless. Having had an opening 10 minutes to forget, maybe this is the start of something a bit brighter. Time is always of the essence, and in the first half always plentiful, but Jarrett-Smith wanted to return for more. Aku just starting to shut those central channels. Mergianos, Williams. Went through the legs of Pipino, but with too much force. Gisela Pipino. Jarrett-Smith. Threaded it for Kersey, who wanted to set for Pipino. She might get there, you know. Pipino tiptoeing away round. Bradley came to close the angle. And a good foot in the end. Pino's take, rattled it into Mergianos. Set it back for Moore, who's got a yard, you know, and Bradley made an all-important palm away for a Vic Lions corner. The start, scarcely believable. Pipino had it deflect off Fogarty, and now they can go the other way. Can Aku get two in next to no time? Rosman says no for the time being. On for Moore, who wanted to flick for Pipino, but was unable to. Real hush. Ever the animated touch lines. Aku's completely seated. Well, they have another opportunity. Rosman makes a good save. They're just starting to build some momentum. If they were to halve the deficit in quick fashion, then maybe, just maybe, Aku might start to feel some belief, some rejuvenation. Good ball from Williams for Fogarty. Kersey quickly out. Still starting to launch. Can they make the most of a good patch? Jarrett Smith got a foot in. Again, Aku searching. Again, Pipino and Jarrett Smith, who took a tumble this time, wins a free kick. First one of the eve. Aku have gone so well in preventing even further of a landslide. There's more. Jarrett Smith, set back for more. Couldn't get around Shimizu. Sargin getting ready. As Pipino stepped aside wonderfully. Jarrett Smith didn't know much about it. Williams cleared it. Pipino dangled a leg. Shimizu took over, and now Aku can break. Went the long way round Churchy. And to Kersey's credit, she did well to shut the angle down. As Fogarty flashes wide. Again, Pipino the target. And why wouldn't she be? The league's top scorer at this point in time. There's more. Pipino. Terrifically for Sargin. It's a good read from Williams. Not once, but twice. Neither manager really wanting to use a timeout. Both happy with how it is. Maybe more so from Noams Langham's perspectives rather than Huey Muse. And Joe Akon's as well. As Pipino can't thread through. It's something they really need to respond from. Aku, they've done well to get themselves a real glance back into this game. But it is just that finishing touch which is proving elusive at the moment. If they are to find it, this deficit could shrivel quickly. Sargin. Tried to tiptoe forward, only found Shimizu. Williams. Behind Shimizu, cut out by Kersey on the retreat. Shimizu was bundled over. Aku free kick. You must wonder how they must go about this from here. It's picked off by Pipino, who again had two to tiptoe around. It was a good challenge from Fogarty, and Williams gave her a hand. Threaded for Duff. That's a tidy touch around the corner as well. Williams went on the switch. Aku building. Pipino dangled a leg. Kersey cut it out. And then went on for Gisela Pipino. Tried to go the long way around and was forced back terrifically. Kersey gave it a thrash towards Moore. Williams. Fogarty. You must pose the question, if it stays this way to half-time, where do they go from here? It may get worse with Moore. That's a terrific save from Bradley. A real golden look for a fifth. And the New Zealand international stood firm and made an important save. Corner taken quickly. Allerton left it. Pipino fired over. Ruthlessness is still present, though. Aku have not been let off the hook, despite that good passage. Mergianos. Fogarty. Threaded for Duff, who had options with her. Pepino picked it off, however. Tried to go the long way for more, and Duff got a good foot in. Just deflected it off Pepino. Fogarty threaded. Allerton got in the way. Pepino then picked it off with poise. Moore dropped it. Sargin. Again, happy to set for Allerton. Moore. Oh, it's glorious. Lovely footwork to find Pepino, who couldn't get around Duff. Allerton, Pepino. On for Moore. They might walk it in. Pepino had it at an awkward height. Ricocheted off the knee and was cleared off the line. Now Aku go the other way. And it falls for Duff, who steers in another. Two back in a matter of pretty quick succession. Deficit halved. And all of a sudden, that frightful, that nightmarish start is looking merely like a bad dream. Melbourne Aku starting to surge their way back in. The one thing you cannot do is count out the reigning champions. Pepino, Moore, Sargin, Pepino finds its way through. And they answer in kind. One at one end, off a miss, and Gisela Pepino finds the most pinpoint of angles. And Victoria Lions are 5 before half-time, and Aku want time-out. As we go to it for the first time this evening, Victoria Lions were 4 up in 5 minutes. Aku have chipped away since then, but it's Victoria Lions 5, Melbourne Aku 2. We return from timeout. Aku, who were 4 down in next to no time, despite having made some ground, conceded right at the crucial moment. Pepino, with not much of an angle, was able to find a way through as we approach the final 5 to half-time in a first half that has flown by. With many who can scarcely believe what they're watching. Sargin did well to keep it alive. Mergiano swept across. Is there another? As Allerton gave it a hit. It's a good parry from Bradley. Cooling was given one to chase. Moore was there. Ran out of room. Duff just did well to shut the door on that occasion. Without that fast start, who knows? Aku might even be leading this game. Well, they were hit hard in the most dumbfounding of fashions. Cooling now looking to add some heat. Skip beyond Sargin, steered it for Mergianos. A good foot from Allerton. They load once more. Duff threaded for Cooling, who had Mergianos but was surrounded by yellow. Duff once more. Fogarty. Duff. Couldn't thread it for Mergianos. Well read by Allerton. Set for Stella Nissam. Sting taken out of the situation. Moore. Tiptoe her way forward. Found Sargin, who had to stretch. Here is Cooling. Now the other way. Mergianos. Cooling. Another goal before half-time. Who knows, even another two. And the complexion changes. This game is right on. Moore, Nissam, Pipino. Cooling came across and did very well. All-important foot in. It's Fogarty. Steered it around the corner for Mergianos, who had one up with her. Allerton got a foot in, not once, not twice. Cooling then took over. Closer, Allerton stood tall, stood firm and got the challenge in. Another set of Aku changes. They are readily rotating. And Shimizu meets it. And might get a second look. Fogarty did well to keep it alive. And now Pipino is going the other way. Threaded for Nissan. And Bradley denies once more. Mergianos couldn't quite steer it down the line. Pipino set it for Allerton. Block was made to good effect. This time being ushered out. Pipino, Allerton dragged it, and that was where Stella Nissan had been moved from. Had she remained, every opportunity that she might have got on the end of it. Bradley, Shimizu, risky switch, cut off by Nissan, who couldn't poke it under Bradley, and now it breaks for Duff, who wants to go the other way. Mergianos checked away from Pipino, and Moore came across to lend a helping hand and take all of the sting out of the situation. That's where they've been good, really good in this first half. They've been able to deny any sort of sting that Melbourne Aku have wanted to throw into the game. Pipino, not beyond Shimizu. Duff wanted to re-find. But Pipino again, cut out well. Duff now, Shimizu. Not beyond Allerton. Only 2.5 to the break. A really rapidly paced first half. Fogarty went with height, but too much height. Easy claim for Osman. Fogarty then chested her lob down. Shimizu can only steer it into touch. If there is a time for a late lunge to get yourself back in the game, as Moore went searching, her and Bradley collided, and she did very well. But if there is a time to make a late lunge, to get yourself back in the game, this might be it, you know. If Aku wants a shot at making this second half particularly nervy for Victoria Lions, to remind them that they are the reigning champions that they're playing with indeed, then a late goal in the final 2 minutes would go a long way. Moore, Allerton, or of course, Vic Lions will be hungry to add a sixth. They've pounced on any mistake in this first half. And what started as a violent revolution is meeting some resistance now. The guard has been called on. That's a beauty of a ball, and Fogarty had way more time than she realised. A really good look right at the end of the half. Fogarty then flew in and came off worse. It was a risky landing. And Gisela Pipino slowed it right to a stop. It was a rather tricky landing. Fogarty's in some discomfort. She's there to hobble off as Chaziel Day comes back on. Aku hoping she's okay. She's moving very gingerly. It must be said. A real halt in the proceedings of the evening so far. We're back underway. Williams, happy to give it back. That's something you like to see. There's Allerton. Wanted to thread it for Pipino. They got a foot on it, but it only ricocheted for Nissan. Pipino on for Moore, who wanted to flick round the corner. Duff was alert to it. Allerton went with height. Moore took it down and was fouled. A late Lions free kick. Is there an opportunity to hit Aku for 6 before half-time? "75 seconds. Pipino was sold short by Allerton, and now Duff is charging. She is on her own, and is denied terrifically. Shout for handball. Now then. The colour is yellow. Nobody can believe it. Joe Akon, the most vocal of the protesters. A yellow card and perhaps a stroke of fortune. Perhaps a real stroke of fortune. Victoria Lions are without a second keeper. Had that been a different colour, the complexion of this game would have changed in a much, much more interesting and thought-provoking way. There is a discussion to be had here. The yellow card stands. A free kick. Too much Melbourne Aku disbelief. Shimizu clatters it into Allerton, and the second attempt wide. There is no doubt that'll be a point of discussion at half-time. Pipino. Victoria Lions wanting to tick out the final 60. Allerton. Had Duff to drive at, set it back for Pipino, who can only thread it for Bradley. She in turn looked long. Pipino read it well. Day tried to make the most of it. Shimizu did well. Lost out to Nissan. Her and Allerton hunting a way to get the ball back. Is there one final first half look? It's Nissan charging. Duff got a foot in. The final throw, perhaps, of the first half. Is there one last look for more? There is, but Bradley's there to stifle it. Got the angle right at the near post and went quickly for Williams. Now Shimizu. Duff is all on her own if she can be found. Williams wanted to go there. And her and Shimizu ran themselves into trouble. Pipino, Allerton, spun superbly, and Williams hooked it away. And that will be that. The whistle will beat the lot. It was 4 in 5 minutes. That has thrown this game off its kilter. Aku have chipped away since. Victoria Lions have added one more. The reigning champions perhaps facing their tallest test of the season thus far. Half-time in Darabin. At the end of a first half that was free-flowing, it was certainly flashy, and it also had its own flash points. It's Victoria Lions 5, Melbourne Aku 2. We return from half-time, a first half which, in trueness of itself, was a half of two halves. The first 10 scarcely believable, and Pipino is wanting a quick start to the second. Bradley came charging out. And as they had done earlier this evening, Victoria Lions were eyeing a fast start. They flew out of the blocks in the first 5. It was one which, if they go on to win this game, you could say was a knockout blow. 4 up in 5 minutes against the reigning champions. They've been pegged back slightly since. As Shimizu goes through the legs of Nissan and now gets the room to charge, but Williams didn't oblige him with a run. But they have made it a habit of starting the second half as they wish to go on. It's been a team who hit quickly from the off. As Mergianos had Shimizu on the switch. The idea is appreciated, but it didn't come to fruition. And for Rosman, it's been, certainly for the first 10 minutes, quite a pedestrian first half. She didn't have a lot to do. Faced more action in the second patch and has acquitted herself well, deputising for Sarah Easthope this evening. There's Allerton on for Pipino. Clarissa Allerton. Pipino wanted to thread it, only found Mergianos, who in return couldn't get it to Cooling. Malloy. Pipino. That's a tidy ball and a really good take from Allerton under pressure. Malloy sliced it, Allerton made it work. Pipino. Cooling to charge out, Malloy, Allerton. Went brilliantly, and it's a good take from Pipino, who wanted the return. Allerton charging. And unable to find a back post runner. And in fact, the believed last touch was off Bradley. Victoria Lions have a corner. It has been not exactly the same flurry to start the second. Solid nonetheless. Corner's left for Malloy, ricocheted off Shimizu. Pipino in retreat, wanted to get a foot in, wasn't quite able to. The ricochet found Malloy in return. She wants to draw Mergianos and set it for Nissan. Pipino, who went around Shimizu, and Pipino was on her own. Allerton was charging, Bradley got a boot in. Cooling, clipped it for Williams, and now the counter could be on. Mergianos, and Cooling couldn't steer it in. My word, what a look. That was a golden opportunity to fly right back into this game. And it's gone begging. It would have been 5-3 with well over a quarter of an hour to play. And at that point, the nerves might just start to have been tested on that Victoria Lions bench. Is that the moment Aku come to rue? Allerton, lovely touch. Pipino charging through them all and has steered it wide. Remarkable. Did all of the hard work, tiptoed her way round Bradley. And then with the final touch, had it steer agonisingly wide from a sixth. Moments ago, it could have been 5-3. It nearly, again, took on a different complexion. Pipino warding off Williams. Malloy. Allerton couldn't spin Shimizu. Cooling in return, wants to cool things down. Moved it on to Mergianos. A lovely link up between those two. Bridie Cooling's effort, blocked by Nissan. What can Aku craft? A goal gets them right back into this game. They've already had one look go astray. And nearly paid instantly, and Pipino's picked it off. She might fancy a run on her own. The flick was with too much force, and Bradley was there to gather. Williams. Shimizu. And for Sophie Williams. Mergianos. Again, Pipino this time was caught out. Shimizu's charging, Nissan's blocking, and Rosman couldn't prevent the corner. Aku just making their move. But is there a tangible momentum swing to go with it? Shimizu's corner. Williams will drive, Allerton will clear. Williams goes again. Mergianos. Shimizu is on the switch. Went down the line for Cooling, who lost out to Allerton. And then went and won it back to good effect. Shimizu surrounded by two. Allerton was the one who came away with it. Happy to calm things down. Nissan. And Allerton, who has got many a yard to herself. Bradley saved. Nissan's following. Oh, superb. Terrific double save from Bradley. First to deny Allerton, then to deny Nissan's following. Victoria Lions corner. Pipino with pace. And too much pace for Nissan. Williams. The other way for Duff. And Duff maybe showed too much of it to Nissan, who set it back for Pipino. The cavalry arriving. Malloy was one. She drove her effort just wide. Another opportunity goes begging. This game has ebbed and flowed like its predecessor in the early kickoff. As Pipino now is looking to get into full gear, and Pepino drives in. She continues to run riot, and Victoria Lions have hit the reigning champions for 6. It was full force. Unstoppable, unbearing, unrelenting. And for Victoria Lions, they can see the top of the tree. The early pace makers. 3 weeks into the season, looking at 3 straight wins. This, maybe, just maybe, the pick of the bunch as well. Pepino got in ahead of day. Challenge still remained. Set it back from Malloy. Now Pepino around Williams, but Duff came to pick up and then rolled it on for Sophie Williams, who can now charge. Day was central. Allerton got a boot in. Switch for Mergianos, who had a hit. And Rosman did well. Quick fling for Pepino. Who's got pace? Who's got trickery? Who couldn't find a way beyond Mergianos, and those two took a bundle inadvertently into one another. As Duff is driving, Day takes over. Allerton just took the sting out of the ball. Pepino. Malloy went searching for Allerton. It was a smashing idea. And Clarissa Allerton appreciates it, even though it didn't quite come to anything. And Aku, with Joe Akon, want timeout, and they will get it. Just under a quarter of an hour to play. The only goal in the second half has been added by Gisela Pepino. As we got a timeout, it's Victoria Lions 6, Melbourne Aku 2. We return from timeout. First time in this second half, as it was in the first half, called rather early on in the piece by Melbourne Aku, who want a reshuffle. Having had a lot of good momentum, having built opportunities for themselves, they failed to take them and were hit hard when Vic Lions next went forward. But Mergianos has stolen a yard on Malloy. 2 former Northern Phoenix teammates coming together. And Allerton quickly across in her first outing against her former side. And so far for Clarissa Allerton, you have to say so good. There's more. Malloy. Now Allerton has Cooling to charge at, set it for more instead. One who has been quite the revelation since arriving. Aku just wanting to slow things down. for them this evening, you have to look at it and wonder, what is next? There is a lot of time left in the campaign, 3 weeks. You can't write somebody off in less than a month. But for Melbourne Aku, back-to-back defeats for the first time in Darebin, looming. And a real opportunity of being 6 behind the leaders at the close of the eve. Already 2 to make up. Already a defeat apiece to both if it stays as is. There's Allerton. On for more. Allerton once more. Malloy. Now Nissan just stole a yard. Now Malloy went to thread it to her. Stella Nissan just peeled wide at the last moment. And he gave a clear path for Bradley. He was quick to go for Cooling. And Bradley can't touch it as she already had in the play. And this could be a bit of a gift. This could very well be a present which presents itself. Three in the Aku wall. Allerton and Moore waiting to accept, yellow ribbon tied and all. The net prevented. Moore, Allerton, straight into Bradley, who is now quick to go. Wanted Duff, Malloy got up taller. Moore, back for Malloy, that's a lovely ball. The return from Allerton was a fraction too heavy. Duff then went and picked it off, and when trying to drive, ran out of room. And when you look at this, you have to look at the other side. You have to look at Victoria Lions. They'll be on pole position if it stays as it is at the end of the evening. Started the weekend on the front row, but they will be right at the very top. We've already had 2 shakedowns, and at the 3rd time of asking, the first real tangible test. They look as though they're thriving. It's a good read from Duff. Malloy, happy to recycle with more. Clip round the corner for Nissan. Happy to drop it off for Malloy once more. Allerton. Malloy. All of the sting taken out of the game. That's a poor giveaway. Cooling picked it off. Went to thread it for Duff, who kept it alive just about, but showed too much of it to Malloy, who was happy to clear. It's Cooling. On for Shimizu. And you feel that real Melbourne Aku guile that was present at the start of the second half has petered out somewhat now. They threw everything at the first 5 minutes, and since then have seemed starved of answers. Victoria Lions happy just to manage it, happy to take any and every piece of jeopardy out of the game. Allerton couldn't find Nissan, cut out by Cooling, who might go on a charge of her own, but Allerton got a boot in, ricocheted off more for Shimizu to have it. And it flashed wide at the far post. Rosman looked long. Allerton. Nissan couldn't get the return. Shimizu steered it for Williams, who tiptoed her way beyond Allerton. And I think that really has rather summed up Melbourne Aku's evening up until this point. There have been glimmers, there have been glimpses, but they've been crowded out and thoroughly, for the time being, bested. Again, long for Cooling. And again finds the palms of Rosman. Allerton. Drop for Malloy. Oh, it's a lovely return. Allerton had room, and Jowett Smith went a touch too early. That space being held was maybe on another link-up where Allerton could have returned. Cleared by Duff, only as far as Malloy, but she'll get another go. And now goes driving. Shimizu. Spun Moore, who got a foot in the end. Williams. Cut out by Allerton. Shimizu made much of it, though. The final 10 minutes of a game where Victoria Lions, if you thought the first 2 weeks, the first fortnight were a statement, this might in and of itself be not just front page, but back page material too. Moore set it for Jowett Smith. Couldn't quite find the return. And Gnomes Langham encouraging the flankers to carry rather than be intricate. Encouraging freedom. And at the moment, it seems to be working. It seems to be a shift, a redefinement in how this side have started the campaign. Mergianos didn't get the return from Shimizu, picked off by Malloy, who had too much on it for Moore. Bradley came the long way, found Duff, whose touch was just too heavy. But again, has caused a nuisance for Pepino at times this evening when she's tried to play out. The evening's final instalment, RR2 towards the foot of the table. Northcote and Hart both having a really good opportunity to, at the third time of asking, get themselves underway in 2026. Both have had tricky starts. Northcote fresh off a defeat against this Victoria Lions side last time out. Can they get themselves off the mark for the new year, or are Hart finally going to get their returning win? That is still all to come, and it could be pivotal. Shimizu got out and got a poke in ahead of Rosman, and that needed Jowett Smith to clear. Just a couple of minor moments of uncertainty starting to creep in. Williams stepped away from Moore. Jowett Smith came across. It ricocheted for Mergianos. Duff. Mergianos. Duff might have a drive. Rosman was undeterred and unworried. Gisela Pepino. Malloy on for Jowett Smith, who got inventive. Shimizu picked it off, had two running further beyond, but continued the drive. Had one other side, Williams for Duff, and they'll get one back. It may not be done and dusted just yet. And Alexia Duff gets her second of the campaign. In fact, it might even be her third. She did get two on opening night. It's Nissan. Tiptoe beyond Duff. Couldn't find Mergianos. Kersey moved it on for Moore. Duff with a really good read. Steered it on for Shimizu, who's got Mergianos charging. Hang on a moment off the post. Duff's turn in is dumped in. Now then. Now then. 4 in a flash for the season. And a big correction, a hat-trick on the night. Outstanding. And Aku, who were dead and buried 2 minutes ago, are within 2. There is a lifeline. There is a pulse, and they can sense it. What was becoming a formality, a table-topping treat to start the weekend, is now just looking a bit more nervy, and Duff was charging again. Was almost on course to channel her inner Andre Arshavin and get 4. On this occasion, it wasn't quite to be. But Melbourne Aku have just got a new and vested interest, and Shimizu's charging. Duff is lurking, and it's flashed across the face. All it required was a back post runner, and it did not get it. Just a couple of nervous faces as Duff couldn't quite pick away from Pepino this time. Sargin went charging. Shimizu got the final flick. The call is now remain calm. Keeping the head at a time like this is the most pivotal. We mentioned that heavy is the head that wears the crown. If you want to take it, you must have a firm hand under pressure too. Pipino. If there's someone who could rip it right back, it's her. Moved it on to Moore, who again lost out to Duff. What a final 7 minutes we have in store. Aku on the charge, within 2 of the improbable. Of the unlikely, but now, right at the end of it, of the very nearly possible. One more makes things most interesting. Williams for Mergianos, and Cooling was on her own. If the ball to the back post had more direction. Pipino. Moore. How are the nerves? How are the nerves? This is the project they signed up for. This is the situation they wanted to endure, and now Aku are charging once more. Mergianos, Kersey quickly across. And there's an unlikely tension around this place now. Perhaps a little bit of angst setting in. Williams for Cooling. Pipino did well. Rosman judged to perfection and was quick to go. Pipino, Kersey. The return had too much force. They couldn't, could they? It is the main question. They were 4-0 down in 4.5 minutes. And all of a sudden, they are within 2 with plenty of time and have had a plethora of opportunities to get closer. But that's a good read from Moore, and now the counter might be going the other way. Moore on the charge, Kersey up with her. Couldn't steer it beyond Bradley. Who went long? Too long for Cooling. And you just wonder, that fine jar, used I'm sure as a point of frequent humour, now might be added to with a bit more peril. That's Pipino. Went for Kersey. It's a good block from Day. And Kersey had impeded her and was too overzealous in trying to win it back. Danielle Bradley organising with real cool. As Cooling lost out to Sargin, who gave a 1-2 with Kersey. Bradley came and got a foot on it, cleared only as far as Moore, who had Cooling to go around. Steered it on for Pipino off the post. That would have broken it open. That might have been the sign-off with 5.5. And still, the jeopardy remains present. Pipino wants to change that. Moore flashed it across, and now Mergianos is charging, all on her own. Rosman saves, and then Mergianos steers over. What a moment. What a moment. For 2 touchlines, time stood still. Outrageous. How close can you come without clawing one? Shimizu with a good read. Mergianos is once again on her own. Wanted the return first time, Moore got a boot in. Mergianos kept the move alive, set it back for Cooling, who sidestepped Pipino. Bridie Cooling bustling forwards and will win a corner. My word. How's your nerve? How is your nerve? For both of them. QE Mew bringing Alexia Duff back on. Gnomes Langham just looking a touch more pensive than at other times tonight. maybe pondering what can be done. It's Pipino. Lost out to Duff. Kersey got a foot in, as did Day. Ricocheted for Moore. Allerton's touch was loose. That's what it'll do to you. That is what the pressure will do to you. As Moore now charging. Pipino is up with her. She's got options either side. Moore made the late break. Allerton was there too! And that is the lift-off they needed. Composure kept on the break, and maybe a contest killed as a result. Finishing touch finally found. And Victoria Lions can breathe a little easier again, as Williams wins a free kick. 4 in 4 minutes. It can be done. It would take a Melbourne Aku miracle, however you feel. As Duff loses to Allerton, the charge is on once more. Malloy was making a late breaking run, and it was cut out by Cooling, who had Shimizu, decided to go on her own and dragged it. Rosman looks long. Williams nodded it. Allerton read it. Malloy calls for calm. Moore, Malloy, Allerton. Back for Malloy once more. Now Pipino. Who'd worked a yard for herself. Wanted the intricacy with Moore. It was well read by Duff, who has had some night. The player marking herself as Aku's latest starlet. She gets away from Allerton, went through the legs of Allerton and rolled it on for Williams, who did well to get there. Pipino and Moore wanting to slow her up. Malloy the third to do so, and now the break is on. Gisela Pipino lost out to Cooling. Duff with a thread for Shimizu, who kept it alive. Allerton went to shut the door and got a foot in just in time. Cooling fancies to hit herself and flashed it wide. Wasn't a million miles away. But at the moment, a million miles away might as well be light years. So now it looks as though back-to-back defeats for the first time in over a calendar year. Gnomes Langham not best pleased with that decision. Shimizu when searching for Cooling. Malloy got up. Allerton flicked it for Pipino. And now they go again. Allerton, Bradley went the long way and got a good foot in. Just for good effect. Quickly taken. Pipino. Surrounded by a forest of evergreen. Allerton. Pipino still tiptoeing. And those two just balletically out of danger. Pipino charging and Bradley denying. Malloy got under it from the side ball. Aku will now be looking with 2.5 to go. Possibly not most fondly on this fortnight of fixtures. It was Fitzroy to start. It's the Lions to finish. And despite having a bit of a brawl, they look like they're about to roar their way to the top of the table. The Pride striding at Series Futsal. Allerton's ball for Malloy, a fraction too heavy. Williams. Now the other way for Shimizu. Is there one last lunge? Well, that's too much even for Duff, who was lunging. Moore. Saw the importance of goal difference. We saw Fitzroy not letting up. The feeling Victoria Lions might not also. Pepino couldn't tiptoe away through them all. Gives a gesture of apology. Now more driving, flashed it across the face. There was no back post runner. This, once again, a statement in and of itself. You can sound like a broken record, but when it happens week on week, it is all in of itself a brand new track. Steered towards Duff, who has been valiant. Mergianos. Not beyond more, and Malloy came to mop up. And then gave it away. Mergianos, Duff, lovely ball to find Day, who had Allerton clipping at her heels, and Pepino is now on the charge. Is there one for the road? Williams wants to hold away. Allerton. Around Day, tiptoed away forward. Duff cleared it only as far as Malloy. Pepino. Back for Malloy once more. Wanted to make it for Moore. Mergianos intervened. Williams then had it ricochet, and it ricocheted for Malloy. Moore. Final minute. Moore charging inside, and Bradley had her palm stung and then gathered and quickly went. Duff is all on her own, and Rosman made the save to deny her what would have been a fab fourth. Williams. Mergianos. And through the legs of Pepino, but no further. Allerton. Moore. Not beyond Williams. Allerton. How she will have loved tonight against her former side. And Allerton might ice the cake, and does. The top of the table beckons. Emphatic. Imperious, minus a bit of a blip on the radar. Victoria Lions vicious in the end. Melbourne Aku made to wonder, is the palace about to be besieged? And are the Lions from the Savannah about to make their way into town? Is there time for one more? 14 seconds suggests there might be. More Malloy. It was too far ahead of Pepino. But it will be the top of the table. It will be 9 from 9, 3 from 3. Reigning champions vanquished. Reigning champions crestfallen. Back-to-back defeats for the first time in Darebin for QEMU and Melbourne Aku. But for Victoria Lions, they could not have dreamt for a better start to life in the top flight. They flew out of the blocks, 4 up in 5 minutes and never looked back. Full time in Darebin. Victoria Lions 8, Melbourne Aku 4.
في أكبر في أكبر الكتب.
The evening's final act offers one of these two with an opportunity to at last get themselves up and running in 2026. Northcote battle-hardened, two tricky ones to start, now knowing this is a night where survival is not the pre-kick-off script. Early defiance turned to damage against Victoria Lions, but they will be hoping to write off a pretty fiery and a pretty tough first fortnight, and maybe, just maybe, allow themselves to bask in the late summer sunshine. Carlton Heart will themselves be looking to shift off the league's foot for a third time this campaign. Hampered by injury, they're hoping, despite their wounds, they will themselves climb back up towards where they want to be. A frustrating 2 weeks to be put aside if they want to avoid an even more brisk start to the oncoming autumn. These two, desperate, in real need of a lift of 3 points, of a performance which provides a lot of positivity. Daly went long. Hewitt wanted to flick it on almost immediately. Whiting was lurking, and Louise Hewitt appreciated the effort and the lob from Daly. It's been a busy week for Carlton Heart as well. Steph Vonia arrived from Fitzroy as the transfer market still remains open. She makes her first start this evening in Carlton Heart's colours, as Ensor was quick to set it back for Geelong, and there is Hart just taking their time, trying to move this Northcote side to the side. Piers Barlow wanted a 1-2 with Ensor, but it didn't quite come to fruition. Reece and Teresi's team have shown a lot of character at times this season. They have been understaffed right at the beginning of the campaign. We've got Michael Marisic on the touchline alongside Isho Haskell this evening. On the opposite end, both of these managers would love not only 3 points, but to get one over the other and to get their seasons finally off the ground. Ensor went back for Geelong, who had Whiting to contend with and wasn't able to get beyond. Been a topsy-turvy life for Northcote since taking over from Heidelberg in Series Futsal. Here's Geelong, spearing for Ensor. It's a good read from Miller Best. Ensor now hustled, forced back to Alvarenga, who gave it away to Bagang. And Northcote have a corner. Alvarenga readjusted in time, just to tip it wide of the post. Best this time to hit. Alvarenga there to gather. An early flurry as Piers Barlow now wants to go the other way. And able to catch out Daly. But this game, you get the feeling neither will really hold anything back. Both will go full throttle into this evening. They know what an opportunity this is to get themselves up and running in the new year. Best lost out to Ensor. Now Piers Barlow. Geelong. Again look long. Best got a flick. Daly can't prevent the corner. Heart bench fraud of options. Northcote with only the one more. Geelong. Vonia. Tidy touch around the corner. Ensor had a hit. Daly had to palm over. Her first bit of action for the evening. Quick glance at the clock from Isho Haskell. Heart have another corner. An opportunity to capitalise on early momentum. It's all the way out for Vonya. Best got a foot in, found its way to Whiting, who had Best charging. Ball was cleared with some force towards the commentary area. Best resets Bagang. Best made it work, recycled through Daly. Now Mariella Bagang, who got around Ensor, wanted to make way for Whiting, but ran out of room before being able to do so. Both teams chasing their first win. And Whiting might get the early break. Juwong didn't judge it, and Alvarenga made a magnificent save to deny Amy Whiting, who had a very good look. Quickly sprung across to deny. Northcote a chance to go ahead. Whiting's take. Hewitt couldn't place it for Best. Just hesitant to run the changes. Vonya. Bagang. Didn't judge it properly, got a foot, but Piers Barlow will see it out. Quickly taken for Ensor, blocked by Best. Ensor happy to see it out. Hearts have made the brighter start, despite the fact that Northcote have had the best look. Piers Barlow. Vonya took over and gave it a poke, which was quite calm for Daly to gather. She releases Best, had Hewitt short down the line, went searching for Whiting instead. Piers Barlow came through. Best's touch was tidy, and Bagang belted it. Looking for a lurking Whiting, but not quite able to find her. As Ezard makes her way on for the first time. Piers Barlow might look to involve her immediately. Ezard's got Best to go at. Hewitt in retreat, going to helping hand, and found Whiting well. Northcote again have an opportunity on the counter. Bagang. Whiting, and once more they run out of room down that flank. Mariella Bagang was trying to close off the passing lane for Juwong and did so to good effect. Northcote now just starting to step up. That press proving more potent. Best. Hewitt dropped off for her, but it was a fraction too far behind. And that is where Hearts have been good so far, trying to stifle the opportunities that Northcote are able to create. There's Juwong. Drove it well for Ezard, who got it to Vonya. Piers Barlow made the late run. Hewitt and Daly collided. Louise Hewitt was collateral damage as Daly was forced into a good double save. Another in a string of Hart corners at the start. Vonya's take, easy pickings for Daly, who fancies a look. Alvarenga was a mile off her line, but wasn't quite able to find something spectacular. Juwong. Vonya. Once again went out the other way for Juwong. Whiting really, really hot on the press and had too much on it for Ezard. For Carlton Heart, if they were not to have it be successful this evening, it would be the first time they've lost 3 in a row since the middle of Season 2 in 2024. Another, potentially, Darabin record coming to an end this evening. There's Piers Barlow, forced all the way back to Alvarenga inadvertently. Now Juwong, who again had Whiting to go at. Piers Barlow was almost late to it, as Waller was lurking. And Waller did superbly well to tiptoe forward. Had Whiting as an option, set back for Best, who tried to pierce it through for Bagang, but it just had too much force. But that's better from Northcote. That is where the press can really come to fruition as Hart make a change, and Clara Ramanayaka makes her first team debut. Academy product, made it all the way through to the senior squad, the first of her group. Proud moment for Reece Teresi, who's overseen a lot of that development, as Waller wasn't able to find Whiting down the line. And she will be hoping it's a debut to remember. Here's Barlow for Ezard, who nearly showed too much of it to Whiting and then did. Best took over, Ezar got a foot in and has Waller to go at. Ezar went for an early strike, but an unsuccessful one. Daly looks long. North could have gone direct a lot this year, and Whiting's flick was just wide. And that is why they at times have favoured Route 1. It was a really good pick out from Paige Daly, and Whiting flicked it just wide. Now Waller dropped it off for Best. Bagang threaded for Whiting, and they worked themselves out of what could have been a perilous position. Well, Best went early. It faded late. If it had, and Alvarenga would have been called into action. Was not a million miles away from a spectacular opener. But still, the deadlock remains unbroken. Who wants to blink first? Is the real question. Who will have the dread? Who will have the tumultuous realization of the possibility of 3 straight defeats first? That is how much rests on tonight, unless it ends 0-0, of course. Now Waller, Daly couldn't quite. Best came across. Daly had already touched it in the sequence too. But for Hayley Waller, Miller Best came across to spare blushes. Joe Haskell looking pensive, pondering on the touchline. Best side ball went on the diag for Waller, whose touch was just a little bit too heavy on that occasion. But it has been a start of real positivity for Northcote. They did withstand a bit of a heart storm in the first 2 or 3 minutes, but now themselves have just started to get the press in order and have just started to carve out some opportunities. Best went searching. Whiting might get there round the back. Vonya for a moment was caught blindsided. I mean, Whiting wasn't quite able to keep it alive, but that will be something. Vonya will have to be watchful. Whiting can just find a yard in that channel. Alvarenga gave Ezar one to chase, and Daly happy to see it out of play. Miller Best. Again, went searching along that direct route, although it has proved fruitful at times this season. Can also be a source of frustration. Northcote very rarely recycle it. It's a good bit of footwork from Piers Barlow. And a tidy return from Ezar. Steered on. Again for an opportunity. Vonya kept the move rolling. Piers Barlow. Ezar has Ramaniaka and finds her. Ezar, Vonya, Ramaniaka, who just worked a yard on Miller Best, whose recovery was quite good. Juwong just taking the sting out of it. As Ezar was entangled with Bagang. I'll go all over again. Ramaniaka will kickstart things, and North could go to their bench. Perhaps some first minutes for Ellie Leleas. One of many a new addition for Isho Haskell's side this season. Can she prove to be an X-factor? A point of difference. As Piers Barlow's effort was blocked, it fell for Ezar. It's a good readjustment from Daly. Bagang now found Waller, who can charge. Surrounded by 3. Moved it on to Whiting, who wasn't able to get beyond Vonya. And that is where an alternative to the direction. On the counter, Northcote proved quite a threat. Whiting with whip and too much of it. Vonya went on for Piers Barlow. Had Ramaniaka, who just worked a yard. Ezar was the other one and was surrounded by Pink, and Waller picked it off and rolled Northcote ahead. They will be the ones who hit first and perhaps who hit most potently. Ezar's pocket was picked. Waller charged through and finished with the utmost composure. Northcote, who missed a golden opportunity early in this first half, have now made it count at the second time of asking, and they've hit the front against Hart. And the question is, what have they got? Now Best is charging. They couldn't get to it next to no time, but Gang on the following steered it just over. It opens up oh so quickly. Complexion changes, good nod from Waller. Alvarenga there to clear, straight to Daly. Again long for Waller. Leleas was lurking centrally. Wasn't quite able to be found. Ezar moved it on for Juwong. Ezar went on the overlap. Juwong went for Vonya instead. Threaded for Ramaniaka. And he found his way back to Bagang, and Best happy to smash it away. Northcote hoping, praying that tonight is truly the night that they get themselves underway. Tidy footwork. Once again from Ensor to get round, and then got it back from Vonya. Bagang got a foot in the nick of time. It's been a very cagey first 8 minutes. A contest where you can tell neither have wanted to throw too much at it, as is the important. Bagang is now charging, and Alvarenga was nearly caught out. Northcote wants a corner. Isho Haskell protesting there was a touch, and the official doesn't quite see eye to eye. Still, he argues the point. Doesn't seem to be making any progress. As Ensor. Here's Barlow. Bagang did well, just as Juwong wanted to turn. Here's Barlow once more. Vonya. It's a lovely return, and Best read it diligently at the expense of a corner. Hearts just starting to find a groove of their own now. It was just a brief passage that they had to withstand, Carlton Hart, and it was where Northcote struck. Can they now themselves find an equaliser, a way back into this game? Juwong, Vonya, it took a deflection and will trickle out of play. And Mariala Bagang might have worn one in providing that deflection. We are just under 12 minutes to half time. And for the first 8 minutes, the futsal certainly has been enigmatic of the evening so far. Vonya's take, Piers Barlow worked to yards, Bagang got a foot in, it fell for Ensor, who couldn't steer it goalwards. Comfortably, the best Carlton Hart have produced. It was chaotic from Northcote in defence, and Hart nearly had their opening. Here is Vonya. A lot has gone through her early, moved it on to Piers Barlow. And Juwong had just got herself in behind, but the door was shut at the last moment. Very, very well by Leleas. And Vonya, lovely futsal to find Juwong. Juwong wanted an overlap, and it was just behind Vonya. Waller did well to time the charge out. And it just prevented the vision of Vonya to have a hit. It was Juwong. And set it back for Piers Barlow. It's got Vonya on the overlap. Had two momentarily down the right flank. Vonya is now found. Piers Barlow. And it's good from Waller again, but Ensor at the second attempt turned tidily, and Bagang, not for the first time tonight, is in the way to block. Piers Barlow urged to shoot via a deflection. Daly makes a good save. Terrific readjustment. It took a wicked nick on the way through. And it was tidily prevented from finding the net. Hart still surging. Piers Barlow, Waller read it well. Vonya got a foot in. Leleas couldn't quite clear. Juwong not beyond Best. Piers Barlow. Flicked it straight into Waller, who was then clipping at the heels. Vonya. Lovely from Ensor, and it was just too far ahead of Piers Barlow. It's been a half of nearly moments for Carlton Heart. Opening 10 minutes that haven't been without positivity or without opportunity. Daly defiant so far. As Best goes searching, but for Northcote, they cannot afford to sit on this. It will vanish in a flash. Leleus couldn't turn and saw. Good ball from Vonya, and now Piers Barlow's got room to charge. It was set for Juwong at the back stick, and Daly quickly out to save. It will be another Carlton Heart corner. And Reese Interisi wants time out. Heart will have to wait a moment. Vonya. Piers Barlow. And saw across Daly with another good save, and Leleus happy to hammer it away. And that timeout slip has just been retracted for the time being. There's Juwong for Piers Barlow. And Waller in the way to block. Both touchlines want timeout. Both have gone over. The only question is, who will have the right to claim it? Alvarenga. For Vonya, it's good from Whiting, who momentarily had an open net. Waller has now got two to charge at and saw the first opportunity. And the flick round the corner couldn't find Whiting. And just a momentary pause. And that timeout has been issued. Northcote want to call the side in. Want to have some words of wisdom. As Azar loses out, Best can now bully her way forward. Had all four surrounding her. Piers Barlow one in, Juwong, Ramaniaka. Best with a good press, Juwong. Threaded it for Azar, who got away from Waller, and then gave it away. And now it's 3-on-2 momentarily. Best happy to take the cooler route. Has Ramaniaka to go at, and wasn't able to get round. Here's Barlow. Juwong. Went to whip it round the corner, and Azar had stolen a yard, and Daly across. And now, at this time round, Northcote will not have timeout. They will have to wait. And the timeout had already been issued by one, but Hearts have drawn themselves in, and I get the feeling that Northcote might just retract that slip now. Timeout called by Carlton Heart, who have got themselves a corner when we return. The only goal, the difference from Waller. It's Northcote 1, Carlton Heart 0. We return from timeout. Hearts calling it corner technique. As Reese Interisi cooked up something Michelin star. Ramaniaka found herself free. Piers Barlow drilled it low. Daly made a brilliant save. Another Carlton Heart corner. A good set-piece routine, but one which just didn't come to fruition. As I left it. Here's Barlow. Here's R once more. Here's Barlow. Wanting to get around Whiting and work an angle. Here's Barlow does. It took a deflection off Juwong and it found the palms of Daly. Rolled it for Best, who had too much on it. It's just a searching ball down the line. Wanted Allsop. Couldn't quite find her. That's a good charge from Allsop though. And a good challenge, just as Ramaniaka wanted to turn. Cleared away by Best. Again, Northcote just hanging in there for the time being. Warner not making way. Allsop the one who needs the interchange. Momentarily, it was 5-on-4. And set back for Juwong. Here's Barlow. Couldn't work away beyond Whiting. It found its way to Best. Now Hewitt might get there ahead of Ramaniaka, who did well in retreat to read the situation. But that ball momentarily nearly broke in Northcote's favour. Here's Barlow on the switch for Juwong. Here's Barlow once more. Warner clipping at the heels. Piers Barlow worked an angle. Whiting got the block. It ricocheted for Warner. Whiting had to hammer it away and found Hewitt rather well. Juwong in retreat with the challenge. Hewitt still hustling Juwong, forcing the decision. Piers Barlow unable to turn down the line, all the way home for Alvarenga. Ramaniaka. Piers Barlow on the slide. Got it back through to Clara Ramaniaka, who couldn't get beyond Warner, who tussled with Juwong and won out. And did well to win it. Getting towards the latter stage of the half. Miller Best. On for Waller, who had options waiting. Best was on the recycle and he went that way. It went that way to Best, forced a brilliant save. Having gone through the legs, fell for Waller again, who nearly added a worldie. It was nearly a wondrous strike. Inches away, having facilitated so well. Nearly picked out the top corner. Hewitt picked Vonya's pocket, but the shot lacked sting. Vonya. Juwong down the line. Ezar made it work. And only fizzed it into Daly. Reece Interisi posing the question, who's at the back post? Hart without a runner. Daly went long. Piers Barlow, shout for a handball, waved away. Ezar now leads a 2-on-2. Best check, Piers Barlow, the late runner. Hewitt with a vital intervention. Northcote changing with more frequency. Isho Haskell becoming more animated as Piers Barlow has a poke, 1-1. Left unmarked on the far side, and Northcote made pay. The inquest begins in full, but Carlton Ard have got themselves level. Best. Bagang, not beyond Piers Barlow. Best. Whipped it for Whiting, who took it down well. Through the legs of Juwong, Whiting continued. Now Hewitt's got a yard, and away from Vonya again. Steered it across, Alvarenga flung a foot at it. And Saw got a touch on, and Juwong couldn't re-find her. Hearts have been threatening for some time to find an equaliser. Timeout slip back in hand. Northcote could rein them in at any point in time. Early momentum not fizzled out just yet. Opportunities going, but they are hanging in there for the time being. There's Juwong. Ramaniaka. And Saw did well. Ramaniaka kept it rolling. Juwong. Threaded it tidily. And Saw's got Best to go at. Juwong. And saw, it's a smashing 1-2. Hart were in momentarily. Daly did well to prevent the corner. And now has Best all on her own, who steered it over. Maybe snatched at it. And turned it over the crossbar as Vonya, Chiwong, and Saw. Hewitt pressing Vonya once more, and Saw, they can't quite get out just yet. Bagang now, the highest for Northcote. And Best has stolen in. Alvarenga came a long way and clattered a clearance. There might be some inquest down on the Northcote touchline as to when this timeout might be issued, when it might come. What is the right time to pull the pin? Hewitt in retreat, hustled well. Jiwong and Saw, tidy switch to Ramaniaka. Not beyond Whiting. Jiwong. Vonya. And Hewitt has been a thorn in Vonya's side so far this evening, and won well. Bagang, Best. Tiptoeing away beyond two, but not beyond Insor, who now leads a hot counter the other way, if she can get it out of her feet. She does so to find Ramaniyaka. Insor, movers, still kept alive. Insor with Hewitt to charge at, on the switch for Vonya. In away from Best, Whiting flicked it on, Miller Best. Given a slight shove, North could have a free kick. Again, Miller Best went searching. Jiwong had it ricochet and found Vonya. Best, Ramaniyaka, and Saw. Vonya, tidily done, finds Jiwong. Threaded it wonderfully, Ramaniyaka tiptoeing away beyond Hewitt, set it for Ensor. Vonya. Ramaniyaka, Ensor left it for Vonya one more, and Whiting got in the way to block. Jiwong nearly showed too much of it to Bagang, but kept it moving. Jiwong had a hit, Hewitt with an all-important block. Daly might have been short-sighted. An important intervention. Jiwong. And Saw, Piers Barlow. It's a well-worked move by Hart once again, as Whiting to go around. And wasn't able to do so. Closing in on half-time. Hart have ripped themselves level and seem to have ripped the momentum from Northcote. Bagang has poked it. It doesn't fall fortuitously for Hewitt, instead for Alvarenga, who hammers away. Another glance at the clock. 3.5 to the break. Daly direct. Whiting wanted a flick. Alvarenga couldn't prevent the corner, but couldn't take any chances either. Bagang's take. Whiting's hits. Wasn't that far away from troubling Alvarenga. That's where North could have looked most potent, when they've been able to get forward quickly. But Ezar has got around Best. Wanted to steer it beyond Daly, and Ramaniyaka, who was watched closely by Hewitt, couldn't bundle in at the back post. Ramaniyaka's side ball. Ezar wanted to poke it for Piers Barlow. Whiting got a foot in. It's been a first half of grit, of attrition for both sides. There's Jiwong. Threaded for Ramaniyaka. Will either side make a late lunge before half-time. Are they happy going in as even? Hart have played a lot of the futsal, but Gang has drilled it. And Piers Barlow got a foot in and got a fortunate deflection off Hewitt. Waller getting ready. Could it be a game-changing move once more? First introduction, first goal. Is it to be Isho Haskell's X Factor? Glass might be broken. Hewitt comes for a breather. Daly. Best. Waller dropped off well and worked to yard. And then went the long way round Piers Barlow. Northcote wanted a foul. They didn't get one. Piers Barlow pressing Best. Whiting then took over. But Gang was on the switch. Waller dropped centrally. Wanted to link up. Read well by Ramanayaka, who threaded terrifically. Piers Barlow kept charging and stumbled on the cross. And showcasing some of her frustration. Isho Haskell showcasing some of his. Best couldn't quite break it for Waller. Good intervention from Juwong. Saipul taken in a hurry. Bagang. Best. Couldn't quite find the intricacy needed. Only found Alvarenga, whose release was good for Azar, who momentarily got goal side. Had a hit! And was not far away from finding a way through. Inches from 2-1. Daly went long. Whiting's cushion was a good one. Juwong in ahead of Waller. Ramanayaka. Piers Barlow threaded. Azar. It's a good nod away from Bagang, and Waller was out momentarily, but Ramanayaka read well. Juwong gave it back to Ramanayaka, and Daly gathers rather comfortably. She looks long. Waller, his touch was heavy and invited Azar, who was allowed to turn, who tiptoed round Best, who got away from Whiting, who bundled it beyond Daly, and some way, somehow, it does not find the net. And now Best is leading a counter the other way, and Piers Barlow is putting a stop to that. Ball was rolling. Northcote in too much of a hurry. Final 90 seconds of the first half. Best had a hit. And Alvarenga was most untroubled. Vonya. Piers Barlow. Again with room to drive. Threaded it for Azar. Ramanayaka, sidestep Waller. Vonya. Couldn't craft something. It has been that kind of half. Tense, cagey, neither wanting to throw too much at it, but enough not to be blown away. Best. Is there one late sting? Bagang. Couldn't steer it for Waller, and now Piers Barlow is on the charge. Whiting was there, and Carlton Hart have a free kick. And Piers Barlow's in some discomfort. And thankfully, Piers Barlow looks as though she'll be getting back to a feature. Was bundled into a late Carlton Hart free kick. An opportunity for a late throw to the first half. These two lock level, these two knowing a point is at least progress, but neither wanting to take it. Vonya, Ramanayaka, back for Piers Barlow, who has been in the wars in this first half, it's safe to say. Quickly on for Azar. Wonderfully worked for Ramanayaka. Daly denied. What would have been a delightful end to a terrific move. And again, Northcote survive a scare. Daly went long. Waller couldn't get a flick. Will Hart have the final say? Vonya, tidy 1-2 with Piers Barlow. Ramaniaka's on her own. The back post was open for Azar, but Daly got her angles right. It will be a late corner. 14 seconds for the first half script to be flipped. Ramaniaka, Vonya, those two with a tidy 1-2. Piers Barlow had peeled off Ramaniaka, who was starved of options. And Bar, something direct and something daring. This first half will end exactly as it started. Hart and Northcote, inseparable at the break. Northcote went a goal up thanks to a really, really tidy Waller finish, tucked into the bottom corner to perfection. Hart got themselves level through a piece of magic of their own. And half-time in Darabin in the late kickoff. It's Northcote 1, Carlton Hart 1.
في أكبر الكتب. في أكبر الكتب.
Locked level in the late kickoff. Northcote went a goal up. Hearts reined them in. Both of these two now have 20 minutes to find a winner for the first time this season. Nobody wants to stay on a duck for too long. 3 points the most important. Even if it stays split at 1, progress will be viewed as the result, I'm sure, although there will also be that what if. Who wants to be daring? Who wants to go and win it? To give themselves just a bit of something to smile about in the early weeks of the season when neither have had much. Here is Ezar, who is charging. He's gone beyond Bagang. Whiting and Best came across to shut the door. Best happy to reset. Daly, who has gone direct. That's a beauty of a ball to find Bagang, whose flick couldn't find Waller nor Whiting. Waller then flung a foot at it to good effect. Got the opening goal of this game. An impressive first half. As was Favonia 2 in Heart colours. Juwong had to lunge but got there in time. Flicked it round the corner for Ezar, whose return for Ramaniaka was cut out by Bagang. Isho Haskell cutting a more encouraging figure. There's a bit of angst on the Northcote touchline towards the end of that first half. Best for Daly. Same question posed in the second as the first. Who wants to blink first? Daly through the legs of Ezar. Whiting couldn't thread it for Waller. Good foot in by Bagang. Whiting happy to recycle. Oh, brilliant. Lovely from Best, who then had to slide to get in ahead of Vonya, who can carry the other way. Couldn't split Bagang to find them. And Waller is out the back, and at the second attempt turns Northcote back ahead. Brilliant. Opportunistic though it may be, the ball was a beauty. And at the second attempt, Waller steered Northcote back into the lead. The second of the night. And it might be priceless. As Juwong lost out to Best, who's now got Bagang, but the ball was far too heavy. That is where the opportunities present themselves. On the counter, Northcote have proven to be breakneck. Hart again have it to do. This time, earlier on, the deadlock remained unbroken for quite some time in the first half. It's a tentative and tense start. This game's now flown open. That's a lovely take from Juwong. And a good gather for Daly. A comfy height. Rather easy pickings. It lacked a lot of guile. Best gave it away to Ramaniaka, who's got Waller to go at, who is hat-trick hunting now. Best intervenes, and again Northcote go. Whiting's up with her. Best couldn't go the long way around Vonya. Much brighter start to the second half from those in more of a candy floss pink more than anything. Started in a flurry. I'm wanting to continue that way. Here's Barlow. Vonya. Northcote happy to sit off. That's a tidy ball to find Ramaniaka, who had Best to go at. Miller Best is winning that duel and is now charging forward. Whiting up with her. Best, Whiting got a poke in ahead of Alvarenga. It fell for Vonya, who moved it on to Ezar. Carlton Hart wanted the counter, but Mariala Bagang's challenge was a good one. Brees Interisi on the far side, perplexed as to why they started with no target. Vonya threaded. Ezar has Bagang to go at. Flashed it across the face, hoping for an obliging back post runner, but nobody arrived. It's the final instalment. What we've already seen this week. Fitzroy flew to the top of the table. Vic Lyons survived a scare to rip top spot right back. And now Northcote and Hart. Currently, it is advantage for the Warriors, who have gone above and beyond. And Isho Haskell not taking too kindly to that decision. He's been He's been up for a debate this evening. At the moment, though, I don't think he'd be displeased with the way this match is panning out. Waller did well to get away from Piers Barlow. Begang, Whiting, oh, lovely. A tidy, intricate 1-2, which then broke down. Piers Barlow happy to see it trickle out. Azar makes way. The question for Hart is now, what have they got? How can they go about breaking down a Northcote side who, defensively, have been very disciplined so far this season? Bar a 20-minute lapse last week. On opening night, they took it up to Aku. And at the moment, have just got themselves a whisker ahead. That's lovely from Best. Went it and saw not once but twice. Then found Begang, who skipped beyond 1, not beyond 2. Piers Barlow there to mop it up. Whiting charged in. Begang lost out to Ensor. Hart get themselves into and out of a muddle. Vonya. Piers Barlow. Flashed across, but to no effect. Lewis Hewitt reinstated. His Best. Went looping. Much discussion on both benches about where they go from here. Northcote's taking the claim. They're happier if Hearts are okay to sit off when they have the ball. That's good from Best. Again, Hart just hoping to find their way through, given away to Waller, who momentarily was having a look at the possibility of a hat-trick. Joe Haskell very thankful this evening. Best. Waller. Miller Best. Gave it away to Piers Barlow, who can get on the charge the other way. Piers Barlow warding off Waller, forcing a dive from Daly. And the second attempt from Ensor. Saved well, cleared well by Miller Best, who was in the right place at the right time. Piers Barlow. Carlton Hart starting the next wave. This taking not too dissimilar shape to the first half, where having gone a goal ahead, Northcote really battered down the hatches and hung in there. Vonya. It's a lovely ball to find Piers Barlow, who fizzed it across. Daly dangled a leg. Duong's follow-in was not far away. Just flew wide at the last. But that is much better from Hart. Comfortably the best they've crafted in the second half. Daly with a lovely lob. Waller's touch got around Vonya, not around Piers Barlow. Vonya. How can Hart start to get themselves level against Steph Vonya, who has not been without action this evening? They'll be hoping that she can get things going. She will be the one to tick over. Certainly while they still have the injuries. That's a lovely take from Hewitt. Just wasn't able to get it out of her feet in time. Alvarenga. Again, wanting to fly direct and saw. Whiting got a foot in. Juwon couldn't get there. Hewitt too battled, and Northcote will have it. They're just starting to win those 50-50s. Becoming all important. As they look to not only hold on to a 2-1 lead, perhaps expand on it. Hewitt dropped it off for Best, who went through the legs of Ensor, mopped up by Piers Barlow. Every flick, every small piece of contact is open to protest at the moment on both benches. Lovely read from Best, who is charging all on her own. And it's a very good save from Alvarenga. Best was bearing down for 3-1. Best take. Whiting whipped it over. Here's Barlow. Juwon. Ramaniaka. Hart looking for a way through a press which in this second half has shown much more potency, much more composure. And an incorrect sub for Hart, so a yellow card for Ramaniaka. Best. Rolled away from Insor. Miller Best now charging. Had options left and right. It's a good retreating challenge from Piers Barlow. Northcote playing with much more attacking guile in this second half than the first. That was defensive discipline for the opening 20. The first 6 minutes of this second half have seen them flurry a bit more. And so set it back for Juwon, who wanted to thread it for Piers Barlow. Hewitt read it well. Those two became entangled. And Hart will have it amidst much Northcote protest on the bench. Juwon. Best didn't read it, and Soar's now through on her own. Daly denied. Ramaniaka couldn't sort of feet out in time. Set it back for Juwon. Hart's turn to surge, and Piers Barlow wasn't far away. And Reece Interisi now starting to get a bit frustrated with the lack of a back post runner. That the most audible bit of disgruntlement tonight. And Daly off the railing. Becoming a rarity these days. Frustrating though when it does still happen. It's Juwon. Let's go out the other way. Hewitt got a good foot in once more. And not only would this be, if it were to stay this way, Northcote's first win of the season, it would be their first win since the shift. Waller, Whiting, Alvarenga came and got there to good effect. Reece Interisi with the question. How long? Plenty of time for Hart to get themselves back into this game. Best with a drive! And Alvarenga made a magnificent stop. It's the second one to deny Best this half. Whiting, Best take two. This time Blazers over. Hart have looked with more direction. Ezar got out on her own. Daly didn't know much about the save. Waller rushed out quickly to meet Ramaniaka and applied a good block. That is an ever important save from Paige Daly. Without much knowledge. Best, Waller. Bit of a Northcote muddle and a lovely ball to find Hewitt from Best. Whiting. Out the other way for Best. Northcote had been playing with much more composure up until that point in time. Less hurry about them. Alvarenga. Don't look too long. Daly happy to see it out. Hewitt, who was pressed by Piers Barlow, nearly broke for Waller. Will for Whiting. Hewitt gave it a hit, it's looping, and required a touch from Alvarenga to steer it over. Northcote corner, but it was dipping devilishly on the heart shot stopper, who had to recover in time. Wallace take. Couldn't quite find Best at the back stick. Hart in a hurry now. You really feel the urgency. Vonya had a hit. Daly palmed, and the follow-in from Piers Barlow was flashed over. They are getting closer. That door, a knock is turning to a thump. Hart waiting to have it off the hinges as Waller lashed at it. Ramaniaka. Now Alvarenga had to be certain it was going wide. It will be a corner. Hart maybe giving Northcote a gift. Waller's take. Whiting. Best. Wanted to go beyond Ezard. Found Hewitt. And Vonya. In short, the challenge was tidy. Here's Barlow. Went with the Trivella. Wanted Ezard. Couldn't quite find her. Still plenty of time for Hart to get themselves back into this game. Best. Whiting got her feet sorted just in time. Waller with a lovely turn away from Ramaniaka. Whiting on the following, steers it over. That was the look for 3-1. That was a golden opportunity to get some breathing room. And Hart want to make them pay, but Piers Barlow's ball is far behind Ramaniaka. And Northcote in no hurry. Daly. With the Best. Hewitt was the more direct option. Best went searching for her. That's a tidy touch from Hewitt for Waller, who was always an awkward one to try and turn goalward. Did well to trouble Alvarenga. Best. Miller Best has had a very bright evening. Arguably been one of Northcote's finer players. An astute signing. Arriving from Northern Phoenix over the summer. Daly, Best. Via deflection. Now Alvarenga fancies a look. And it is quite a far way wide. Northcote shot stopper unbothered. Best once more. A bit of rinse and repeat. Again goes direct. Again wants Hewitt. And again, Alvarenga happy to see it out. Mariella began getting prepped, getting ready to come on. Juong and Saw. Ramaniaka not beyond Best, and Daly was quickly up and off. And now, maybe now, Northcote can break. Waller's on the far side. Completely unmarked, steered it centrally. Alvarenga had to get a touch, otherwise Hewitt was lurking. Will be another corner. Quickly, Best tiptoeing terrifically. And just unable to cause an issue at the front post. Piers Barlow reinstated. Alvarenga's giveaway. Hewitt was almost waiting on the run of Waller. And Vonya got a good challenge him. And that frustration for Reece and Teresi still really starting to come to the fore at this part in the evening. They still have 10.5 to save themselves, Hart. Best. Leleas. Waller, who has been the turning point and gets it again. Waller's on a hat-trick, and Piers Barlow denies that opportunity for now. This, a much more courageous, a much braver Northcote approach than what we've seen in the first fortnight. As Best got beyond Juong, but not Piers Barlow, and now it's 3-on-1, and Hart can go. Options left and right, and the ball was a fraction too heavy. Otherwise, they would have walked it in. Nearly, so nearly. Oh, look at 2-2. A couple of Northcote alterations. Here's Begang. Leleas, not allowed to turn, and saw. One who came away with it, dropped it off of Vonya, who was quick on the switch to Piers Barlow. And the ball in return was way behind. Northcote may well have Hart right where they want them. Begang let that one slide. Daly came the long way and then sidestepped Juong with ease. Begang on the switch for Best, who wasn't able to get there. Hart, who played with so much attacking conviction just without the end product in the first half, have seemed to lack that in this second period. They've been stifled by a much more disciplined Northcote defence. Alvarenga, Juong was on her own off the bar, and the following is steered wide. A lapse, and a lapse which Northcote were not made to pay full price for having. How on earth did she not score? Not once, but twice. It's a gilt-edge opportunity. Will Hart continue to rue this many misses? Azar on the charge. Work to yards, Best on the block. The second attempt fired the same way. Begang ever so cool, and now Best can lead the break. Northcote happy to drive, and the ball for Begang was just hit with too much fizz. And now you wonder, inside the final 10, who wants to call timeout first? Who wants to rein them in first? There's Ramaniaka. It's a good cutout from Best. Whiting back on for Leleas. Again, lob long. Best happy to clatter away, and Northcote will blink first. Isho Haskell wants timeout. Just wants, maybe, an opportunity to set things defensively. He's recognised. Hearts are surging. Haven't found an equaliser yet. That's a brilliant read from Warner, who got it back from Whiting. Momentarily was 3-on-2. Whiting went the poke. Piers Barlow on the block. And now Hart have a counter of their own. Azar will have it be too long. Kept the move alive some way, somehow, but allowed Whiting to come in and make the challenge. And now it is timeout. A decision flipped. Northcote will have it when we come back. They have the only goal of the second half as we head to timeout. It's Northcote 2, Carlton Hart 1. we returned from timeout, the first time in the second half. Northcote were the ones who issued it. They lead Hart 2-1. And if it stays this way, if they can cling on for another 8 minutes, they will have their first win of the campaign and their first win since the move from Heidelberg. It has been some time coming. A squad which had lost some of its depth over the summer, but has since made a couple of astute recruitings. That's a lovely ball. Bagang momentarily thought she had an opening, but Alvarenga was quickly off. Hart are in a hurry. They know it is their game to chase. They still have a timeout to give. You wonder when they will use it. They have 7 3/4 minutes to try and find an equaliser. Bagang, that's a lovely sidestep and a beauty of a ball to Whiting. What a save! That's a terrific stop from Alvarenga. And it may prove pivotal, not for the first time tonight. Can Hart now rally? Bagang got a flick. Daly was unsure! And it's found its way in. Hearts have levelled up. Confusion. Celebrations may be muted. Hearts have themselves level. Ezar, they have been searching for some time for a way back to terms, and post Northcote's timeout, Hearts have wrestled the momentum right back. And once again, we go from base camp. 1 point apiece. Neither want to share, though. Less frustration. It didn't quite find its way to Piers Barlow. Going for Daly. Northcote had hung in there for some time, as they did in the first half. They now must find the same attacking guile as they did at the start of the half, or are Hart going to rip it away? Vonya, Azar had a stumble, and Bagang was able to mop up because of it. Vonya continued, however. Once again, it doesn't come to anything fruitful. There has been a real energy shift in this place. Reece Interisi, who cut a very frustrated figure for a lot of this second half, now seems to be looking at the brighter side of life a lot more. Seems much more animated, ready to run the changes, and it is Isho Haskell who has to ponder. Piers Barlow on for Vonya. Can't break through Bagang. And Hart just looking a lot more animated. Wanting a lot more change. That's a lovely ball from Alvarenga. The touch was loose. Bagang and Whiting link up. And now North could have their look. Bagang went early and couldn't steer it towards the near post. That's a really tidy 1-2. Not far away from causing more problems. It's a good win by Best. Vonya nodded it. Bagang with height. Waller wanted to steer it for Whiting, but had too much on it. Here's Ezar. Ramanayaka couldn't steer it centrally. Now Waller's got room. And Daly's quick to release. Northcote wanting to play with a bit more pace, with a bit more purpose, and they run out of room on this occasion. Ezar, good challenge by Best. Fell for Juwong. Now Ezar's on her own and locks it in. Hearts have turned it right round. Having trailed twice, they've found a way to flip their Friday. And it was finished superbly. Smashed, steered into the bottom corner. And now Northcote are the ones who have to chase. Hart have found it. Whatever they needed from that timeout, it has come in droves. Piers Barlow off the bar. Moments away from breathing room. And maybe a goal that could have killed it all off. Best, Bagang. Again for Miller Best with too much loft for Whiting. As it stands, into the final 5. Heart are going to grind out a win to start their season. Piers Barlow gets a good save from Daly down low. She's happy to drop for Best. Hewitt a short option. Begang also offering some respite. Best decided to take them on and lost out to Ramanayaka. Except for Ensor. Piers Barlow's ball was too heavy. Daly, direct. And too direct for Whiting. It's an awkward one again for Alvarenga. She can't find Ensor with the lob. Get the feeling it'll be rinse and repeat. Daly take 2. Whiting had 2 to go with. Piers Barlow came across late. Ramanayaka refinds her. Piers Barlow slowed it right down. Ramanayaka not able to get beyond Best. And then did spin superbly and saw beyond Best. Steer it beyond Whiting and Saw took a slip. And now the opportunity opens. Best, Begang! A brilliant save from Alvarenga once more. Good save to deny Begang. Whiting now lurking. Ramanayaka stepped aside from her. It's a lovely return from Ensor. Hart have got options either side. Northcote retreating. Ramanayaka. Ensor. Piers Barlow. Ensor charging. And charging beyond Hewitt. Wanting to steer it to the back post. Juwong set for Ramanayaka. What a save from Daly. The danger's not averted. Out for Piers Barlow. And Saw. Hart are still surging. Piers Barlow. Ramanayaka. Much more possession-based approach now. Hart happy to take the time out of the game. That's too long for Juwong. What have Northcote got in the final knockings? Is there to be a late show in Darebin this evening? Whiting, too much for Hewitt. One last change, one last roll of the dice. Water to be reinstated. A hat-trick would be priceless for Ish O'Haskell's side at this moment in time. Vonya's flick was errant. She got the final touch. This is their moment. Reese and Teresi, vocal. Whiting, Alvarenga. Happy to gather and happy to give to Ensor. Vonya. Threaded towards Juwong. Begang and Best worked it out. Vonya in ahead of Hewitt. Set it back for Ensor once more. Vonya. Best nodded it. And again Ensor in ahead of Hewitt. And it took a touch off Best, which took it away from Juwong. Vonya had the middle open. Whiting got a foot in. Piers Barlow got away from Hewitt. And then Begang. Whiting, whose touch was heavy, and Piers Barlow can just calm the situation right down. 2 to go. The timeout slip will not yet be issued. It stays waiting. Alvarenga wanted to thread it. It's a good read from Juwong. Is there to be a late move for Carlton Heart? One more goal for them would seal this, you would be sure. But have Northcote got a piece of their own to throw late? Tidy footwork from Best, who is charging almost beyond them all. And it took an important intervention from Juwong. And now Hearts break. Again, Peters out. An opportunity to counter flatlining. Daly. What have Northcote got? Best. Is there one last look? Best broke under and over it. Unbelievable. Under Alvarenga and in. And Miller Best with 90 seconds on the clock may well have just stolen a point. Outrageous. Right at the end, it's not nearly just nearly anymore. They have found a breakthrough, but Hart won an instant reply. The ball too heavy for Vonya. Outstanding. What an end to Friday's final instalment. Daly. Quickly on. Waller, they couldn't win it, could they? Waller's hit. Alvarenga wanted to catch Daly out, and not for the first time tonight, was not able to do so. 70 seconds for somebody to go and win it. Flung long for Whiting, that's a magnificent take. Hewitt's return was good, Vonya got a foot in. The final minute. Is there to be a late sting to the tail? Best. Nearly ricocheted for Hewitt. Piers Barlow got a foot in. Rolled it on for Ramaniaka. Could she mark her debut with a match winner? Azar and Hart in a hurry. Had to be slowed up. Daly will gather coolly. And now Hewitt's got a yard if Daly can find her. Tidy take from Hewitt, who just couldn't steer it further. Now has to retreat as Piers Barlow is charging and collected Miller Best. And for it, will have a yellow card. Best quickly back on her feet. Just a little bit of a lunge, knowing that the opportunity was gone. Joe Haskell pleading the case for a different colour of card. Booking given. Waller, hustled by Vonya, had to retreat. This could be Hart's last look. Can they find a winner? To get Hearts racing, Piers Barlow, blocked by Best. And Reece Interisi has raced across. Absolutely raced across to hand in the timeout. Halted, Hart timeout, deep in the final minute. 34 seconds on our return to find a winner to close out Friday night. As we go to timeout for the last time this eve, it's Northcote 3, Carlton Hart 3. We return from timeout, the final time tonight. Half a minute of the game to go. Hearts have a really good opportunity. Northcote have to defend diligently. Azar just stole the yards and the switch didn't come to anything. Reece Interisi dismayed. His plans to draw up. Foiled before they could even start. Daly, that's too much for Best. It is getting to everybody at this point in time. The desperation. Both want a win at the third time of asking. Neither want to be held to a draw. Nobody wants to split the points, you only want to take them. Here's Barlow's ball. Daly got in ahead of Ramanayaka. And might go with some sort of direction. Best. Hewitt, that's a lovely turn. Read well by Vonya. It was behind Ramanayaka and it almost broke for Waller. What a moment that could have been. Can Northcote find something? Hewitt, it's a good turn. And the ball for Whiting was just a fraction too far ahead of her. 7 seconds. Final knocking, final ember. Is there a winner? Waller, there could there be? Oh my goodness! Northcote have stolen it at the death. They were done. They were down and out. And have found something from nothing. Something incredible. Last ditch Darabin drama, and it is Northcote who win. Absolutely remarkable. 3-2 down with 2 to go. Best bundled it under Alvarenga, and Waller to complete a hat-trick right at the death. Snatched it. Northcote off the mark in 2026 in the most dramatic way you will find. Full time in Darabin to a fabulous Friday of futsal. Northcote 4, Carlton Heart 3.
في أكبر في أكبر